And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Asia number 209. That's a lot of additions, man. A lot of additions, but here we go. We're diving into our first matchup of the night. Welcome, everyone, to your weekly dose of Korean StarCraft. I'm, of course, Show's Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by myself, but I will soon be joined later on down the line by another fellow foul creature, another fellow caster. So stay tuned for that as we are getting into our first series. And in the top left hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing himself. He's currently teamless, looking for a team. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Clem Slayer himself, the blue Terran player, representing Onside Gaming. It is Ryung. Representing Onside, here we go. And again, it was a pretty intense weekend, a very intense weekend, chock full of StarCraft. We were casting like 9-10 hour days, day after day, and it kept going. it was a brutal weekend of StarCraft, but we have made it. We survived, and the StarCraft continues here on a daily basis, of course, as we are now going to be getting into our first best of 3. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is huge, it's big, it's massive. Plenty of players, plenty of high quality StarCraft is upon us. And we are here to feature the MVP of Sunday. The MVP of last night, of course. Ryung did have an amazing performance in World Team League. I highly recommend checking out the VODs because WTL World Team League was crazy, and it was great to see our players just really thrive. Great to see all these players really thriving. Of course, the story of Team Liquid, the matches against Shopify, the matches against Basilisk, and of course Onside as well. So some really solid performances overall. And yeah, I'm happy to cast Ryung, the Tuna Terran, once again. Now, as we get into this, of course, we'll see how we do fare. I do think both these players are comparable to each other. I do think that DRG is a little bit hotter at the moment, especially after his performances in the qualifiers for IEM Katowice. So we'll see. We'll see how these two do turn out and what kind of dynamic we do have, as the first Reaper is going to be getting across the map, and we're going to be dancing with these Lings. DRG looking to maintain his worker count and make sure he doesn't lose too much here to that Reaper. The dance does begin, and the Reaper is going to be zoned away by that Queen. And as we said, Lintus, a big shout to everyone in the chat as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Shout out I Stan in the chat. Welcome. Bienvenido. As well as Zfee as well. Welcome. Here we go. We have our opener. It is going to be a third CC before Stargate. Before Starport. So a very economic opener. Very economic here from Ryung. They should be leading into a Starport. There we go. Starport is on the way. We have our add-on swap as well for Hellion production. And from here, we should be getting into Tech Lab and into Cloak Banshees as well. We can go one of two ways. We can start up a Tech Lab, go for the add-on swap, or we can instead go for a Viking and into a Liberator here without any add-ons on the Starport. Instead, start Stim instead of going for the swap. So we'll see what direction we do go in. For the time being, the Reaper is still just dancing between the bases, is going to be threatening a dive into that natural, and so far the Queens are keeping up. So far, so good from DRG. Behind this, we're just droning, saturating our bases, getting our third base up and running. Everything is looking as it should here for Dongregu. We're just looking to react and looking to see what the follow-up is going to be from Ryung, as there it is. We don't go for the add-on swap. The Tech Lab is a little bit later, and we're going for a Viking first instead. Up! Ling does confirm. The Ling does see the Tech Lab is still in production and that there's no Tech Lab on the Starport. So DRG, he's aware that a Liberator is likely from his opponent, which means we can delay the spores a little bit and throw them down behind the mineral lines instead. As Hellion is going to be just maneuvering between the bases here. So far, DRG is keeping up. He is able to rotate with these Hellions for the time being. He's going to be droning, saturating his bases. Just saturating his bases as we speak. Meanwhile, across the map, faster Stim, and there's that Liberator that we spoke about. Jimmy is going to be shut down. Now, when it comes to this Liberator, again, DRG should be aware and should be throwing down spores soon to help deal with it. He's being a little bit greedy for the time being, but he has time. He does have time before the Liberator does arrive. Lair is on the way. The aggression is upon us. So the way this works is that Ryung is going to be threatening one base with Hellions, he's going to be threatening the other with the Liberator. There it is. Oh, we know the timing, Spoppy. 5 minutes. We have the Spore here at the third. We have the Spore in the main base as well. DRG. He does have all the tools to defend, but it's all about the execution. It's all about whether or not he can deny all these Hellions as we try to dive on top of the Queens. And just like that, one Queen almost goes down. Clutch Transfuse does keep it alive. At the same time, Liberated to the main base. The Spore, though, in position, does fend off the Lib. So far, good defense here from DRG. You can see him immediately repositioning the Spore as well, but the Lib comes in from the front and will get up one drone. We'll get a worker, we'll get some of the lava as well. As the Liberator is forced back at the same time, we've got the Vikings sharking around, looking for more Vikings? Looking for more Overlords. Third base has been spotted. Ryung is transitioning into his 5-rack setup. Again, pretty solid setup here on 3 bases. 5 racks, 1 factory, 1 starport. Working towards 1-1 and building himself up here on these 3 bases. And with that, the game will settle. No kind of major losses. Basically, both players were kind of posturing against each other. You can see the units lost tab here. 1 Hellion for a drone, an Overlord, a couple of Lings. Pretty even trade so far. And again, what's important is that Ryung hasn't thrown anything away yet. A lesser player would just move in and would just send their Hellions into a mineral line, regardless of what would be happening. But Ryung is a little bit more tempered. He's a little bit more mature here. Is going to be focusing on just clearing up creep, maintaining these Hellions, keeping them alive for a later push. Now, Hellions, they do kind of lose a lot of effectiveness and they get outscaled as the game goes on. That is true, but Hellbats do have uses when it comes to main army pushes. They can help support the Marines, they can circle a lot of Banelings, or we could even go for a Hellion run by it later on. The drones, they aren't going anywhere. They're always there for you to try to get on top of. Meanwhile, here we go. Ryung is going to be pushing towards the right-hand side. So bearing in mind, he's keeping his Hellions here at his third base, in position for any kind of lane counterattack. We are pushing out with a double job full of Marines and a full of Widow Mines. Up! They take it first round. They would not get it. Quick moves there out of Ryung. Morphs in those Hellbats, and he will maintain position at the third base. At the same time, he's pushing towards the fourth of DRG. Pushing towards the fourth base. Widow Mines going to be going up. Ooh. Does go off on some of the Banelings, no big connections, and the Widow Mines will be shut down. DRG, he does defend. Likewise, here towards the south, we see Ryung pushing once again. There are a handful of Banelings, but not that many. Here we do force a cancel. We do force a cancel on those Banelings, but we have the reinforcements coming in, and Ryung, he knows he cannot dive. He clears up creep and backs off. Again, just very careful control here from Ryung. He doesn't want to throw away his army. Just dancing or just dipping his toes. Oof. Into creep with a friendly fire there from that Widow Mine. Ryung is going to be reinforcing. He's pushing towards the north. But DRG, he has enough Lingbane to defend. Plenty of Lingbane. 2-2 is on the way for DRG. The mines! Ooh, big connections on the Lings. We do force a pick up, and there's not enough room. A couple of Marines will be going down at the same time. We do see Ryung focusing towards the south, but again, we're in position. Not a lot of creep though. A lot of creep. Good splits there from Ryung. A nice pulling back here. Forcing the Banes to connect with those Hellbats at the same time. We do have a massive counterattack. DRG, he's had enough defending. The Lings, they bust into the natural. We bust into the third base as well. The mineral line is going to be going down. That's going to be 29, 30 SCVs falling, and Ryung, he's racing back home. He turns everything back around, but alas, it looks like there's just too much here. 32 SCVs. 2 mineral lines go down. And DRG does evacuate. He's making Lingbane back at home to defend against a counterattack. Ryung is pretty all in. Ryung, he's down to 40 SCVs. It's all or nothing here for the Korean Terran. And DRG is just amassing an army back at home. The longer this goes on, the better it is for the Zerg player. Behind this, Hive is done. Adrenal's on the way. We do have the Hydrogen, as well as potentially Vipers as well. DRG working towards Lingbane Hydra. Working towards some anti-air. And Ryung, he has a mountain to climb here. He's got so much to try to come back from. As he moves out at the same time, another Lingbane counterattack. We hit the third base. Not the best use of Lingbane. As Widow Mines do go off, but Ryung, he does turn back around once again. That was almost a kill in the CC. Ryung, he is trying to recover. He's producing as many workers as he can. He's not going all in. He is, but he's making he's trying to recover. He's trying to get into a longer game. Bold move here out of Ryung, but I mean, at this stage, like, DRG's maxed out. Like, we can't really double down and go for an all in. Not anymore. Enough time has passed. Here we go. We have a mine drop here towards the north. At the same time, Ryung pushing towards the south. We'll get on top of this hatchery. He's going to be forcing a cancel. Not too bad. The creep also not ideal here for DRG. It's connecting the bases, yes, but it's barely halfway across the map. There's potential here for Ryung. As Ryung is on the cusp of maxing out. His economy is still in shambles, and we're relying heavily here on mules to try to stay afloat. But if Ryung can take a good fight, if we can establish a 5th base, then we can start cooking. League Bane's gonna be rolling forward. Ooh, mine shot's gonna be going off as well. Decent connections. But numbers-wise, it's just not enough here for Ryung. He's being forced back. The Bailings! They're crashing in. Up! And they don't connect with the Marines, but they connect with the Mineral Line. 6 SCVs go down. The Hydra's behind this as well. A bit of an overextension from DRG, but at the same time, Lings a flood into the natural. Workers are going down. Across the map, we do have a mine drop, 7 drones. Not too bad, but this still pales in comparison to what we're losing across the map, even forcing some friendly fire. Friendly fire was forced. Ryung, he's trying to hold on here, and he does hold on to 34 workers, even less than what he was left with last time. Down to 34 SCVs. Again, it's still all or nothing for Ryung as he's pushing out. DRG is remaxing. Like, he's done a great job here at harassing, forcing back the army, and just comfortably remaxing every single time. He already has a standing army here to receive the counterattack. DRG gonna be pushing. Wouldn't mind Sam forward. Up. Decent mine connections. Ooh. Much better mine connection there towards the end. At the same time, another link counterattack. DRG, he has the supply. He has the supply to attack, to defend, and to do it all. The 3rd base has been broken. We're collapsing on the army. We do take down a full medevac. And we're pushing towards the natural. We do have plenty of... Oh, man, that's a lot of reinforcements. That's... Like, Ryung, he has a decent army. He does force back the forces of DRG. He's trying to get his 4th base up and running. No mining whatsoever here at the 3rd. And DRG now working on 3-3. Widow mines are being dealt with. There's a longer den on the way. Oh, hey, there's the lip from the early game. It's still there. Let's go. Shout out to Ryung for not going for the all-army hotkey. There's no F2A move here, clearly. I mean, oh, actually, it's Siege. My apologies. It could have been. It is Siege. Here we go. Mine shot's going to be going up. Bailey's, they crash into the army. The Widow mines, they are going to be cleaned up as well. The Hydras on their own, they are not ideal as Lings butts into the natural. And yeah, there it is. GG gets called. There's just not enough left to go on, and DRG will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. A solid game there from DRG. Whew. Able to take a lead in this series, and again, things were pretty close. Things were pretty neck and neck, is maybe a better way of putting it. Things were pretty neck and neck here between these 2 players, but it all fell apart for Ryung when he was pushing towards the north and south. Remember, he was pushing on 2 ends, and DRG at first was able to keep up, was able to stabilize, and then had the free supply to counterattack as well, and he was able to find his way into the natural and the 3rd base while Ryung was out of position, right? Ryung, he was out on the map. He had nothing at home to defend, and we had a massive Ling Bane counterattack, and DRG just got out of control. He killed, what, over 30 SCVs? He did an insane... It was, I think, 32 workers went down. It was insane how much economic damage DRG was able to achieve there with that counterattack, and that set him up for success. It was in that moment where, again, Ryung didn't see the counterattack, didn't see the run by, wasn't in position for it, and did fall in the end. GG, well played. And with that, DRG was able to take that lead, run with it, hold on to it, extend it, and take the win. And now we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 going to be on Solaris. Here we go. Going to diving into Solaris here. See if Ryung can fight back. Again, what I will say about that last game is that there wasn't really anything like that DRG was able to clearly have an edge over Ryung. It all just came down to the counterattack. That run by just ended the game in a way. Like it got out of control. It definitely did get out of control, and after that moment, it was just a rough road to recovery there from Ryung. So difficult to come back after losing so many SCVs. And here we go. Now we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing himself. He's currently teamless, looking for a team. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Onside. It is Ryung. Again, Ryung, aka the Clan Slayer, he is here. He has arrived, and of course his speciality is TVT. Like, he has some of the best TVT in the world, but his other matchups are where he is lacking a little bit and what he has to work on and improve upon. He said it himself during the interview last night after Onside did win, after his successes, did mention that he wasn't really satisfied with his play, that he knew that he can do better, and that maybe part of it is mindset as well. Maybe part of it is you know, his lack of confidence, and you know, he's got it in him to really pop off, but it's about really bringing that to the table more often than not, and that is something that Ryung is going to be working on. And we'll see if he can achieve it here, as he's going for a low ground Rax. This is looking like a Rax into factory, or Rax expand into factory on the low ground. This is not 2 Rax Reaper. Okay, so this is a bit of a special build. Special Gumiho, they typically rely on this. It's a very interesting take on the low ground expand. It's very greedy just because you're walling off very quickly here on the low ground. You're going to be safe and secure. Your production is going to be exposed in a way, so something like a Roach Rush can really punish you. But outside of that, like, yeah, it is just something you can get away with, as you do get a wall up really early on and shut down any kind of early Ling aggression. Here we go. Reaper is going to be moving out. It's going to be sending it across the map. Likewise, DRG went for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener at a DRG. Hatch gas pool into a third base. Everything looking normal, everything looking standard so far from our Zerg. Again, it was Ryung who being a little bit safe here, and I say safe, a little bit greedy as well. It's a high risk, high reward sort of thing, where your production's exposed, but at the same time, like, you got immediately a full wall of here at the natural. So yeah, it's not an opener that many Terran players play around with. I mentioned before, mainly it's Ryung, Gumiho, and Special that do whip this out. That's behind us. We are just going to be getting into our add-on swap. Ooh, okay, Papi. We have no third CC. That's what's important here. No third CC. It's going to be a straight up 1-1-1. The starport is hidden. Now, what's interesting about this, no add-on swap. No add-on swap is available because the Rax is too far away. There's no tech lab. This looks like BCs. This looks like a Viking first into a fusion core into battle cruisers. But we'll see, because we have other options, because we're going Cyclone. Okay. Huh. And it's not going to be a Viking, going to be a Liberator. It's going to be Lib Cyclone. You have my attention, Ryung. You have my attention. Okay. So we're doubling down on Cyclone production. We're going to be very aggressive. This is going to be hyper aggressive here from Ryung. This is almost a... yeah, almost... I was going to say a TVT build, but even then, TVT does this a little bit differently. So we'll see how this does turn out here. Liberator going to be rallying across the map. Cyclones have arrived. With these Cyclones, we can shut down Overlords early on. That's what we're going to be looking to shut down, and we do come across one Overlord already. The Overlord taking a lot of damage. There is no transfuse. The Overlord is going to go down, and we're going to be looking to hunt down even more. As Ryung does rotate. Oh, doesn't come across the Overlord, though. Doesn't find it. Additional Hellions are on the way. Now we have a third CC in the main. It is a delayed third. We'll see if it's going to be worth it. Bearing in mind that we only made 2 Cyclones. We didn't make more. Only 2 Cyclones, then Hellions to support. Meanwhile, we have that one Liberator making its way towards the main base. Queen is in position. Spore is on the way. So far, the Liberator doesn't do any damage. Queen's taking a lot of hits here, and we do pick off a Queen. Nice pick off there from Ryung. Trading a Hellion for a Queen. Can he get another? Oh, he will. High energy Queen as well. Big pick off there from Ryung. At the same time, Lings, they collapse in this position. Can they get the Cyclones? They cannot. The Cyclones do survive. Once again, a good trade. At the same time, 4 drones go down in the main. This Liberator popping off, getting 3 workers in the main base. Ryung trading very well here. Looking at the resources lost, he lost 2 Hellions and a Reaper for 2 Queens, an Overlord, and 22 Lings alongside all those workers. And bearing in mind that Liberator is still there in the top right. It's still available to go in once again. Meanwhile, as we divert our attention back home, Ryung, this was worth it. You know, there was obviously a lot of onus, a lot of pressure on Ryung to get damage done because of this late third. Because the third was late, we have to make up for it. We killed a couple of workers, but again, we still traded very well against the army itself. And now we're transitioning out of this into a 5-rack setup. We have 2 Raxes in the main, 3 Raxes here at the natural. It is going to be 5 in total. Pretty standard here on a 3-base economy, and we're soon to have a 3-base economy. With that third, we have the reactor on the way, and we're going into medevacs. Medevac production is going to be underway. And we're playing Bio. Important to point out, just because Ryung often does like to dabble in mech. Behind this, we have a double Evo chamber here from DRG. DRG licking his wounds, joining up, going for roaches. Okay, we have +1 range, +1 carapace, and roach speed in production. So Roach Ravager, going to be the name of the game here for DRG. It is a very safe way to play. Obviously, it doesn't scale too well as the game goes on longer, but in the mid game, Roach Ravager can be quite powerful. Can be quite strong. It can be. So the double jump towards the north. Also, big shout out to the people in the chat. Shout out to, yo, hello, dzień dobry, siema. Kashim in the chat. Cyclones. Terran Lord, the Lord of Terrans even. Bienvenidos. Ga. Ryung is going to be pushing. Catches a couple of tumors. Gets on top of the Overlord. Roll nice big offs here from Ryung. Doesn't lose anything, not yet. At the same time, Liberator comes back into the main, gets 2 drone kills. Very nicely done. 2 drones will go down. At the same time, Ryung going to be pushing, maneuvering towards the center of the map, clearing up every single active tumor. Tumors are getting shut down. DRG taking the center base as a 4th with the Rich Vesting Gas Geyser. Okay. A very bold 4th base. It's very wide open here. You can attack from multiple angles, especially after you knock down these rocks. There is a lot that you can try to take advantage of here, but that is why the creep is being prioritized. Creep is being spread around this base. Here come the Widowmines and Hellbats even. Hellbats have been morphed in the army. Sims on forward as well. The Widowmines are trying to waddle them forward. They do burrow, and a couple of them are going to be getting shots off. Good splits here from DRG. Good splits overall, minimizing that splash damage. Shuts down the army, forces it back. With that, DRG going to be working on his own counterattack. 1-1 just finished up, and DRG isn't droning. He is not saturating this 4th base. He has the Restressing Gas Geyser, but he is doubling down on roaches. We're making nothing but Roach Ravager. DRG hitting a very strong timing here with 1-1 on 3-base saturation. And there's nothing here. Ryung, he went for a Doom Drop. We're going for a base trade. He went for a Doom Drop across the map. We get 10 SCVs, and we are pushing in. DRG looking to try to force his way into the natural. Mine shot does go off. At the same time, Ryung popping off in the main. DRG, he has an overwhelming army. He's pushing into the natural, and it's being evacuated. Boys are being pulled. Oh, while they connect with the Marines at the same time, the main base does go down. Ryung is getting damage done across the map, but he needs economic damage. He needs to push into the natural. The move command! No! The move command was a little bit brutal there, and this army is gonna get shut down. Barely anything left. At the same time, DRG is popping off the natural, shutting down the E-base. 2-2. It's not gonna finish. It's gonna burn down. Ryung, he's racing back home with what little he has left. And yeah, both E-bays are denied. Both upgrades are denied. Good tank position here from Ryung. Ryung, he will hold on to his main. But what about everything else? Oh, the mines! As we can see, Ryung trying to chase down the Roach Ravager, and he does trade out. It does clean up quite a number of them. Oof, oh my god, the piles. He will clean this up, but what does Ryung have left? Ryung, he is down to a third base that's empty, a natural that's empty. He's down to 34 SCVs. Did save a number of workers that he is now transferring towards his natural. That is true. He is transferring over, but DRG, he's comfortably on 3 base saturation, on 58 workers. And here we go, DRG coming in with the second wave, looking to close this out. He does have high ground vision. GG gets called as the tank gets piled down, and DRG will take game number 2 and the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to DRG for taking the series here. And game 1 was looking quite dominant, right? It was a quite comfortable game in game number 1 for DRG, but game number 2 was back and forth, and Ryung, he had his moments. He had a really strong start. He had a really strong opener with his Cyclones and with his Liberators. It was very impressive. Unfortunately, he did overextend when he pushed into the center base, and after Ryung had lost a bunch of his army, remember, that's when Ryung did back off, rotate over, and drop into the main. As he was backing off, as he was dropping into the main base with his entire army, bam, 1-1 timing, DRG went all in. He went all in on, I think it was like 63 or 64 drones, like 3 base saturation. DRG just sent everything across the map, went for the all in, and was able to break Ryung. Meanwhile, Ryung did kill a base, he did kill the main, but that was not enough. Killing the main base was not enough damage, and with that, DRG did get out of control. With that, congratulations, and we're going to be following DRG here into the next round. My condolences to Ryung. He had a great weekend of StarCraft, but is going to be knocked out here in the first round of the ESL Open Cup. It just goes to show how brutal this tournament is, and how brutal these early rounds can be in the ESL Open Cups. The best of the best, papi. They're here. They pop off. Meanwhile, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, as we have some updates. Scrolling from the top, we have Dark. Dark was waiting for the winner of the series, so we have our next series. We're going to be following DRG into Dark in the next round. It is going to be a ZVZ, and we will get ready for that. We will prepare. So as the vetoes are conducted, we can scroll down a little bit further. It looks like there was a walkover, and Bunny, let's go. Bunny going to be going up against Hero in a TVP, an ex-CJ matchup. They were both on CJ Entes back in the day. Big fan of both of them, and they'll be facing off against each other, and winner goes up against either Dark or DRG in the quarterfinals. A really stacked portion. For not of the admin, what? The seeding! This portion is brutal. Oh my god. So they're all going to be facing off here in the quarterfinals. As we scroll down a little bit further, we do have Byun waiting for Defi or Shin. We just got an update, and Shin did just take down Defi 2-0. So it is going to be Shin versus Byun up next. That's a really good ZVT. It's a lot of fun. That is going to be another one to look forward to. Oh. Start messaging some players. Messaging some players to make sure that we're good to go. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Cyan versus Solar. Ooh, that's going to be a spicy one. Like, Solar, he's on fire recently, but Cyan has been popping off, has been looking very impressive, and yeah, do look forward to that. There we go. Do look forward to Cyan versus Solar. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Cure versus Firefly. That's a spy. Oh, that's juicy. Oh my god, Firefly, he just 2-0'd Rex, and Firefly just started against Cure. That's a very good TVP. A big fan of Firefly. I do look forward to that Terran versus Protoss. I look forward to that outcome. Cure is the favorite player, but Firefly does cause upsets. Meanwhile, we have a PvP, Creative versus Classic, going on to face off against the winner of Cure and Firefly. We have Oliveira versus Showtime. Showtime has been waking up early over the past, like, 2 weeks. Showtime has been waking up early, and he is the only European, the only big name European, I should say, that has been playing in this. He got knocked out last week pretty early on, but I wish him the best this week. And at the very bottom, we have Nightmare versus Stats into Gumiho, and here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Blue Zerg player, currently teamless, looking to fight back, looking to make a deep run here. It is DRG. Fabulous. Sorry, just dying a little bit. We're good. We are good to go. And yeah, our CVZ is upon us, and this could go either way. We have casted DRG defeat Dark in the past. That has happened before. Could happen again. Not likely. Dark is going to be coming in as the favorite player. That is true, but DRG can make him work for it. And I want to believe that we can make a series out of this. I want to believe that we can even go all the way to the ace match. For now, Dark going for a hatch gas pool. Likewise, so is DRG. Standard openers from both players. Everything is looking normal. Everything is looking standard so far. Now, we are loading into side Delta. Typically a very defensive map, at least on 2 bases. Reason why I say this is one of the few maps that has a ramp leading into the natural, which means you have that high ground, you have the high ground, you have the point of elevation, you have a choke point, and of course, yeah, quite an advantage here as a result. This is applicable to a lot of matchups, and when it comes to 2-base play overall, so something like 2-base Roach is not unheard of on site Delta. But I imagine that neither Dark or DRG really wants to dabble in that. When I speak about 2-base Roach, it's usually off of a 15-15, and we can see that it's been a hatch gas pool. Like, there hasn't been any kind of, like, delayed gases being taken or anything like that. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. It's 10 a.m. for Showtime. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Showtime, he's the only European pro that does sign up for this. So I appreciate it. I appreciate that that Showtime has been signing up the European Cups. And here we go. For now, we do see the third base is being taken here from both our Zerg players. We do have some Lings on the way here for Dark. Dark, where is that Bailey Nest, by the way? DRG going for his Bailey Nest here at the natural base. Dark delaying his own and going for a flood of Lings. Here we go. As Lings are on the horizon here, Dark going for a massive Ling flood. And meanwhile, DRG, so far, none the wiser. He's going to be chipping away at that third base. But we still are making nothing but Lings here for our Red Zerg. We go. And now we see why. Roaches. We throw down a Roach on again. We're skipping the Bailey Nest. The Lings have been spotted. Lings have been spotted, and we need Bailings desperately so. Bailey Nest is done. There we go. 3 Bailings are on the way immediately. DRG, can he hold? Can he survive? Stark is arriving. There's going to be a window here before the Bailings do finish where we can chip away at these Lings. We can try and deny that hatchery, and it's going to get very low. Hatchery taking a lot of hits. The Bailings, they do finish. Bailings are going to be waddling on in. Up! And Dark is going to be forced back. The hatchery is saved, and behind this, we have that Roach Warren on the way. Dark still hasn't really drone too much. He did make a couple of workers here at his natural, but we have Roaches in production. Dark keeping the pressure up. Again, he's trying to keep DRG as busy as possible. DRG going for his own Roach Warren. Dark just keeping DRG on the back foot. And there it is, the roaches. They have arrived. Behind this Dark, he's squeezing out a couple of drones. A couple of, like, 1 or 2 workers here and there. And DRG, he just has to defend. Like, DRG, he's up 10 workers. He's up heavily here in the economy. He just has to survive. A blue Zerg just has to survive here. And as long as he doesn't over-drone, he should be okay. Meanwhile, Dark is amassing roaches. He's still just amassing roaches here at his third base. The longer this goes on, the better it is for DRG, but this is what I was worried about. He's making drones! Uh-oh. DRG, he's making workers right now, and he can't afford to. Not against an all-in. Drones are not something that we need right now. There we go. He's still making more workers. Meanwhile, Dark is all-in. He's just 100% all-in at this point. There's no other way about it. Dark, he checks the saturation, and he sees the drones! He sees, he knows. And he's going to be feeling pretty good about it himself. He sees the transferring workers. We fully saturate the third base. There is nothing here for Dark. And we're pushing. We are completely all in. Looking at the supplies, Dark, he's up 26 supply. He's up in roaches. Up in lings. These bailings going to be very crucial here in the defense. Yeah, we're going to be picking off some of these roaches as well. Another roach does go down. DRG making 15 roaches as we speak. Is it going to be enough? Dark, he does collapse on this. The bailings, they go down, and the lings, they can wreak havoc here on this army. They come in from behind. They lock down the roaches, and Dark, he's breaking through. He's breaking through this initial army. We do have some reinforcements on the way. Reinforcements are in production. Can DRG hold on? He has queens. He has a transfuse. He has 1 transfuse available. Dark being forced over towards the third base. This hatchery's still very low. And we will snipe the third. The hatchery will go down. But DRG, he's holding. He's holding on. And again, DRG, he's got 50 drones. He's got so many workers, but here come the lings. And Dark just luring the army out. He collapses on the roaches once again, and he will clean them up. Big pickoffs. GG gets called, and Dark will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Dark just cutting workers at 28 very early on. Dark, he never saturated his third base. He never touched it. Just a complete 2-base all-in out of Dark. And DRG initially held. If you remember, he initially defended against the Ling Flood. It was a really good moment. But it was afterwards where DRG, he thought he was safe. He thought that his opponent was backing off and macroing. And DRG made too many workers. He made too many workers. He fully saturated his third base, and that was his downfall. That was the death of DRG. The act of spending all that money and spending all that lava on economy instead of army. And sometimes that is just how ZVZ works. The dynamic of ZVZ, scouting is very important. And when I say scouting is important, it's part of it is about scouting tech, that's true, but mainly you need to know if your opponent is droning or not. You need to know if they're saturating their bases or if they're making units. And DRG just was not able to confirm that. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing Dragon KaiZ Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing himself. He's currently teamless, currently looking for a team down in this series, looking to fight back, looking to force that ace match. It is DRG. We go. And now we load into a very aggressive map. Hard Lead, the shortest rush distance map in the map pool. Doesn't take too long at all to get across the map. As a result, aggressive styles like what we just saw can work really well on Hard Lead. Regardless of the matchup, all-ins are very common and very much so just very commonplace on Hard Lead as well. So we'll see if DRG embraces the aggression this time. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of DRG, standard opener out of Dark. Really, we're looking for points of deviation once we get our naturals up and running. Whether we skip the Bailing Nest, whether we go for our fast Evo Chamber, whether we drone, whether we don't. On 2-base play, that's kind of what we're going to be looking at, and even if we delay the third, or even skip it. So for now, everything is looking normal, and everything should be normal for the first couple of minutes of the game, as the Overlords are moving out and confirming that. Now, after what just happened in Game 1, I was going to say that I don't really believe that Dark would go for an all-in this time, because he already has, like, he already did so in that first game. But it's Dark we're talking about. Like, he throws caution to the wind all the time, and he has momentum in the series. You know, he's ahead. Why not just double down and be hyper aggressive as well? And it's hard to get a read on that. Again, for ZVZ, like, Ling Scouts are so important. Like, that's typically what you rely on for drone scouting, for, I should say, for getting an eye on the economy. Is sending out Lings time and time again, getting a read on how many workers there are, how saturated we are. So here we go. Third base is being taken for both players. Baneling Nest should be on the horizon here for both DRG and Dark. Lings have arrived. Baneling Nest on the way from Dark. This time he is not skipping it. Likewise, DRG also throws down his own Baneling Nest. So everything this time is looking standard. Remember, last game, Dark skipped the Baneling Nest. This time, he isn't. So far, everything's looking as it should. As Queens are fanning out. DRG getting across the map. He's going to be applying some pressure to the third base, but only with 4 Lings. Dark should be able to deal with this with his reinforcements. The hatchery's getting a little bit low, but not the biggest of deals. However, we're okay. And from here, we're going to be establishing ourselves on 3 bases. Bailey Nests are finishing. And it's going to be on both of our Zerg players here to get a read what's going on. DRG does get into the main. He does confirm, you know, there's no fast Evo chamber, that we are droning. Meanwhile, Dark is denied entry into the main base. He doesn't get in. We have some safety bailings on the way from both players, just to make sure that we are secure. And both players are droning. We're chilling. So, yeah, this makes sense. Again, after Dark took a lead in this series, after he was hyper-aggressive, he's going to be calming things down by droning. And by getting to a standard game. Getting into Roach versus Roach. Now, we do have an earlier Roach one here from Dark. Dark, he loves doing this, by the way. Even with this Roach one, it's not like a weird timing, but he throws it down behind the middle line just to make it that much more difficult for the opposing player to scout. So Dark going to be getting into Roach production a little bit faster than that of DRG, by a couple of seconds. Now, the advantage that DRG has, even though he has a later Roach Warren, is that DRG has faster +1 range. He has faster upgrades. He has a delayed lair as a result as well. So there's a little bit of deviation between the players, but nothing major. I would say that the biggest thing is this +1 timing. Dark is going to work on his own +1 momentarily, but it is going to be later than that of DRG. Substantially so. You know, DRG going to be droning, taking his gases as well, being a little bit greedy here. Just completely saturated here on 3 bases. Likewise, so is Dark. There we go, gases now being taken a little bit later. And yeah, this is kind of like, this is almost like a European ZVZ. This is where it's like no rush, 6 minutes, no rush, 7 minutes. Just macro up, drone up to 3-base saturation, and that now we can make roaches. Now we can attack. So it's been very passive so far. And here we go. Now that DRG has droned up to 70, now he's making roaches. Likewise, Dark, one step behind, is going to be droning up to 66 before getting into his own roach production. Oh, do force to cancel. Very nice pickup. Very nicely done there by DRG. Cancels the 4th, takes his own. Overseer goes in. Very important timing here for DRG. The purpose of this is to get eyes on a Spire. On whether or not there's a Spire, whether or not there is a Hydrogen. So you can see both players right now just going for that scout, confirming what is going on. Now, because DRG got faster +1 range, we have +2 range already in production. DRG is working on it. Likewise, across the map, Dark working on his own upgrades as well. Again, one step behind when it comes to his +1, or when it comes to his range upgrades, period. And DRG going for some drop play. Okay, let's go. Overlord speed is done. We have 3 Bailings towards the main, and we have 4 Bailings towards the third. Drop Lords are moving out. Dark, so far unaware. His mineral line's looking very exposed. Spores are getting in position. Queens as well. The Drop Lord has been spotted. At least one of them. Keen eyes there from Dark. Does rotate over. But is it going to be enough? Overlord's being sent out. Yeah, the Overlords are scrambling. Just trying to drag or keep the attention of Dark away from the real Drop Lord. So we are ready to dive in. The Overlords haven't pulled the trigger yet. Meanwhile, Dark, interesting. Okay, so Dark, he cut workers at 66. That is 3-way saturation, and now he's going into a fast infestation bit, into a Hydrogen, into Hive. We do see Hydra Lurker Viper on the way for Dark. Dark, he's embracing the late game. Meanwhile, DRG is one step behind. He's just now working on the infestation bit. He still has Roach Ravager. He's maxed out right now. Essentially, all the money that was spent here on this army, Dark instead invested in tech. So Dark is vulnerable. Dark, he is vulnerable, and DRG, he's going to be looking to hit his timing. Like, +2 is about to finish. That's the moment that we need to strike. But is it going to be enough? Because the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be here for Dark. Here we go. DRG's pushing, and here come the Drop Lords. They're going in. It's go time for DRG, and the Drop Lords are going to be denied. The first one does get denied. He pushes right through the center. Yeah, and DRG with an overwhelming Roach army gets us over that center hatchery. Dark forced down the ramp even. A better concave here for DRG. At the same time, the Bailings, they do crash in. 20 workers do go down. Dark, his economy in shambles, and he is just being zoned away from his own bases, getting out positioned. At the same time, we have a Drop Lord into the main base. Drones are going down, but Dark is hurting, and DRG is remaxing. He's remaxing. GG gets called. There's just nothing left here for Dark, and DRG ties up the series 1-1. GG. Again, a very crisp timing there. DRG, he hit as soon as he got +2. Not just that, but if you remember again, Dark, he was vulnerable in that moment just because not just because of the lack of upgrades, but also because he was investing everything into, again, the Hive, the Infestation Pit, the Hydrogen, the upgrades, working towards Hydra Lurker Viper, and he was caught with his pants down. That's why it's actually very risky to transition like that. It's very risky to tech in ZVZ, because if you're teching, that means you're not making roaches, and if you're not making roaches, you can die. Can straight up die. So a really powerful moment there from DRG. The window was open just barely, and DRG squeezed his way in, was able to hit Dark before it was too late. Remember, if the game went on any longer, Hydras, Lurkers, and Vipers, they would have been out, and Dark would have had a superior army and would have outscaled his opponent. So again, really crisp timing, really nice moves out of our blue Zerg, and we are going to the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg, the other South Korean Zerg player, currently teamless, looking for a team and forcing this into the ace match. It is DRG. Go. So we are getting to our opener so far. Hatch gas pool, everything is looking normal for the time being. For now. We'll keep our eyes peeled for where we go from here. Once again, there's our pool timing, there's our gas timing. Both players are mirroring each other. Now, as we load into Hecate, do have to speak a little bit about the map itself. When it comes to hard lead, again, really short rushes is by ground. We saw that as soon as +2 finished, DRG, it didn't take him long at all to get across the map and to push and to assert himself and to snowball out of control. Meanwhile, Hecate technically does have a short rushes by ground, that is true, but the difference is that Hecate is much more defendable. Unlike hard lead, there are a lot of points of elevation. There are a lot of ramps here available on Hecate, here towards the left, towards the right, towards the center. Just a massive area that's so difficult to push into. The aggressing player, especially in Roach versus Roach, can trade pretty poorly trying to force their way up one of these ramps. So that is something to bear in mind. That is something that allows Hecate to be a little bit more of a macro-oriented map, just because you can defend on 3 bases that much easier. The 4th is more exposed, and you do kind of force yourself to spread a little bit too thin. That's if we go that far. As for now, Lings for Dark are moving out. We are moving out across the map, getting a bit of scouting information. Dark going to be joining behind this, working on Ling's speed. Likewise, so is DRG, and the thirds have been thrown down. With DRG and Dark going for their 3rd bases on time, on location, where they should be. There's that Bailey nest from DRG, and we should be seeing one from Dark, and there it is thrown down. Now we can see both players just scouting each other, chipping away at the 3rd bases. And really, we're going to be keeping our eye on our players here to see if anyone decides to make a wave of Lings, or if we just drone. Speaking of, that is 14 Lings on the way. Here we go. Dark going to be amassing Lings here back at home. He will be the aggressor. DRG happily droning. Now again, he does have the safety Bailing nest, and we should be seeing, there we go, 1 Bailing on the way, just for safety. Lings have been spotted. Immediately, 3 more Bailings, or 2 more Bailings on the way, 3 in total. Roach 1 is thrown down. Oh, the Queen getting surrounded. Alright, DRG able to hold on. Force back those Lings. And it's all about these Bailing connections, as Dark is going to have to back up behind this. He is droning heavily to catch up. Oh, he gets the Queen! He gets a full surround, and the Queen will get picked off. Get a good trade there for Dark. Bailings are going to finish. One of them will not. As Dark, he wants another Queen. He gets it as well. Big connection. Dark turning water into wine there, catching 2 Queens, forcing out and trading better with the Ling Bane. And from here, Dark is recovering in the drone count a little bit. He drones up to 36. He saturates his natural, and now we're going back into mass Ling Bane. Meanwhile, DRG, because of the fast Roach Horn, Roaches are in production. Now, Roaches, once they hit critical mass, they can very easily deal with Ling Bane, but that's once we hit a high number. At low numbers, Dark can surround. Here we go. Dark is doubling down, moving out across the map. Bailing is going to get saved. Here we go. Dark is pushing, but there are so many Bailings here to defend. There's going to be 4. And the Bailings are out. The Roach is looking a little bit exposed. Dark waddling into the middle line. But when he does crash in, it's going to be 4 workers going down. We needed 1 more Bailing. 4 drones so far. And Dark, he's pulling back. Yeah, there are just too many Roaches. He realizes that he cannot quite break in. Oh, gets 1 Roach. Every unit counts. Tries to slip into the natural, but he is going to be denied. And behind this, Dark is droning. And Dark is behind. He just now starts his Roach Warren. He is late to saturate his 3rd base. DRG is in a comfortable position. For now. The pressure right now is on Dark to try to find some damage. Oh. He waddles into the mineral line, and he does get in. 2 drones go down. Not the best connection. At the same time, Lings, they catch some Roaches. Roaches are caught. Queen gets surrounded as well. A lot of Roaches are going down. Dark achieving so much with so little here. It's just pure Ling. The Bailing. The Bailings, they get baited out. Not the best connections there from DRG. We deny any kind of mining here at the 3rd base. Dark popping off here with his Ling harass, and this means that Dark has caught up. If it wasn't for this, then we would have been happily mining, would have had plenty of Queens. DRG just unable to defend. And as a result, Dark, he's running away with this. He's fully saturated on 3 bases. He's taking his gas geysers. Lair is now on the way. Now, DRG, he is behind in the economy, but DRG is up when it comes to his upgrades. We have roach speed and +1 range on the way. DRG, he already has the Lair, so tech-wise, DRG is ahead. Economically, Dark is ahead. Now, this will translate into Dark having a larger army, but DRG's army is going to be higher quality for the time being. I say that because +1 range is about to finish up, and we'll see when DRG starts +2 range, because otherwise Dark will catch up in those upgrades. This DRG is still droning, still not saturated at his 3rd base. Still down in workers. And DRG is just amassing roaches. And we may be doing that intentionally. DRG, he's not making workers for a reason. Ling does confirm that we are missing drones. And Dark has to take this seriously. A big scout here from Dark. Behind this, he's also amassing an army. DRG getting ready for an all-in. Waiting for roach speed. Has not started +2. So he's going for a big +1 timing. But again, the longer this goes on, Dark, he's about to finish up. He's about to even up the upgrades, and here we go, we're pushing. DRG is sending everything across the map. But does he have enough? He's even in roaches, ahead in ravagers. Dark doesn't have any ravagers. But he does have the roach count. Yeah, he has more than enough. +1 range has finished for Dark. Doesn't have roach speed. He cannot chase. Not yet. Not for another couple of seconds. Ooh, and Aspire is on. Okay. Aspire in production here for Dark. As Dark, he has survived. He's had a better economy. DRG now droning. But Dark, with said economy, is going to be getting into that those mutas. I'm that spot. We can see Dark threatening with his roaches. Moving to potentially trade. Ling's coming in for a counterattack. Dark actually committing here. Ooh, does lose a lot of roaches at the same time, though. There are reinforcements in position. Dark, he does not find the queen. He will retreat, and the Spire is about to finish. Dark, he just shaved off a couple of roaches. He's replacing them, so hopefully we'll leave enough supply to actually make mutas. As DRG is also hyperfixated on Roach Ravager. There it is, 6 mutas are on the way. Dark slipping into that natural waste, catching a... There's just something about Dark, he just keeps killing queens. It's crazy. Gets another queen, gets a drone at the natural. Can he get a drone in the main? Oh, he will. Gets one worker in the main base, gets a second worker as well. You can see DRG is working towards a hive tech, towards hydras, but the mutas, they have arrived. They have since revealed themselves. And we are ignoring all these overlords. We're going for some economic damage instead. DRG going for a counterattack. The mutas are getting into the main. Into the natural. There's nothing here. The queens died earlier. The queens, they were picked up. The setup here from Dark. He killed the queens earlier with those lings. But the mutas, they turn back around. They go for the queens that have been brought together. It's going to be a rough trade here, but he gets one queen. He's going to get the other. Meanwhile, DRG trying to force his way up this ramp. The vials, they do not connect. Does have another army here towards the left. DRG going for a split push. Trying to find some damage here. And DRG, he is breaking through. He's getting into the middle line. Drones are going down. At the same time, the main army, the vials. Vials do force back. They do force back Dark. But the mutas, they have arrived. And Dark collapsing this. He will clean this up. Dark did lose his fourth, though. Fourth did go down. And DRG, he just ignores the army, goes straight for the middle lines, dragging Dark all the way back home. And economically, Dark is hurting. Drones, there's so many of them are going down. It's going to be 19 dead workers. And this will trigger a massive counterattack. Dark, he is far ahead here in the army supply. DRG, what do we have to defend? We have Hydras? No lurkers. That's the problem here. The problem is that Dark, he's remaxing not on Mutas, he's remaxing on Roach Ravager. We need a ground army. These Hydras, some of them are okay, but this may just be too many Hydras. As in, this is not what DRG wants. And here we go. Dark pushing across the map. He has maxed out. DRG stuck with so many Hydras, and they do not trade well against Roaches at all. And here we go. We dive on the army. Dark, he smells blood. He dives on top of the Hydras. The Hydras, they melt their glass cannons. And the Roaches, they will clean them up. Dark overwhelming his opponent. GG gets called, and Dark will take game number 3 in the series 2-0. Or 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Dark, he does fight back. That was a bit of a back and forth there, but Dark overall was able to achieve so much with his Lings. I was very impressed. Very impressed with what Dark achieved with his mass Ling. If you remember, DRG had held. Remember, in the early game, he had defended. He got into Roaches. He got into his 3-base setup as well. He got into his 3-base setup, and he was poised to take that game. And then Dark, with pure Ling, was able to go back and forth, was able to dive on top of the Roaches, dive on top of the Queens, get into the mineral line, deny mining at the 3rd base. He achieved so much with just Lings, and with that, GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Sorry, just messaging some players. Messaging some players. But yeah, with that Dark, he was able to pop off with his Lings, was able to snowball, and was able to take it in the end. GG, well played. GG, well played. Dark did take it, and now we are getting ready here for our next series. Dark, he advances on into the next round, and we are here to find out who he faces next. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us see. Could you refresh and hop on over to said bracket? From the top, Hero, he took down Bunny 2-0. Oh my god. Hero popping off, and we get what we were all waiting for. It's going to be Hero versus Dark in the next round. They face off so often. They face off so often in these series, in these matchups. Dark versus Hero in a ZVP. Do love to see it. Do love to see it. I mean, I hate to see it so early on. It's the quarterfinals, Papi. It's so... I expect to see them in the semis or the finals, but they knock each other out in the quarterfinals. Winner goes up against the winner of Björn and Solar. Solar 2-0'd Cyan. Björn 2-0'd Shin. And with that, we are getting ready for our next series. We're going to be loading into Hecate for Game 1 of Dark and Hero. Catching up in the chat. Oh, we're good, we're good. But yeah, it looks like the videos are done, and we're diving into our next series, into our ZVP. Let's go. Dark, he killed so many queens. Anti-monarchy. Anti. No kings and queens. They don't stand a chance. Not against Dark. Not against Dark. And here we go. We're getting into game number 1 of our first quarterfinals match. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our red Protoss player representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Dark. They are teammates, and they are some of the... Oh, let's go! They are some of the best that Korea has to offer when it comes to Zerg and Protoss. You don't get much better than this, and here we go. We have Dark going for a proxy hatchery. So this is going to be a hatch opener. It's going to be a hatchery into our spawning pool. This is something that Dark does enjoy doing here. Does do very often as... Oh, my apologies. Okay. I thought he was going for a hatch block here at the natural, but no, we are committing here to a real proxy hatchery. Okay. And if you watched the last map pool, Dark would do this very often on Ancient Cistern, on Gressvan, on Royal Blood. The last map pool was all about Dark going for proxy hatches time and time again, and he got damn good at it. And the reason why, or the thing that all those maps have in common, is the lack of ramp into the natural. The lack of ramp here does make it that much more difficult to defend. Hero's gateway finishes, and he does see the hatchery. He sees, he knows. Immediately, he cancels the Nexus, throws down a Cyber Core. We have a pool and a gas behind this. Hatchery well underway. Zelda's being forced out. Hero pulling some extra boys. We will tase away at that hatchery. We can see that Hero, he's looking for the expansion. He will confirm that there's nothing here. Goes into the main, and Dark will expand behind this. Is this a fake out? I think it is. I don't think we're committing here. Okay, the hatchery will finish. Never mind. Lings are on the way. Lings are amassing. Roach Warren is thrown down. Okay, Dark is committing. I was really curious. I was like, are we gonna try and transition out of this? Are we forcing an overreaction? No, we're forcing a very real reaction for a very, very real problem. Slings, they are gonna be dipping in. They go straight to the main base. The hatchery is gonna fall. The Roach Warren halfway done. Can we actually make use of this larva? As Lings get into the main base, we have Lings speed on the way, which means we can't afford that many roaches. The hatchery will fall. And does Dark drone? I don't think he drones from here, right? I think we just go all in. Yeah. Very interesting. There we go. We have roaches on the way. So this hatchery will be killed. We are making use of the larva, and Dark is not droning. Because of Ling speed, we're Ling flooding behind this. We're going to have roaches initially, and then we're going to be reinforcing with pure Ling. Roaches, they have arrived. Hero expanding before the shield battery. He was lured in. Hero, he believed that he had defended. We have a Twilight Council on the way. Only one gateway as well. And Dark, this was such a weird variation of proxy hatch that, like, Hero, he was caught off guard. He wasn't really ready for this. The Roach, ooh, is going to get picked off. Lings are floating across the map. Can we get on top of the pylon? Depth is going to fall. Pylon's going to be focused out so far. Good kiting here from Hero. Shield battery is going to be cancelled. The Lings, they dive on top of the Stalker. Pylon will fall, but the Adept comes out just in time. But we depower the gateway. The second pylon not within range. The Stalker is going to be going down as well. And it looks like Dark has done it. GG gets called. Dark with a very shaky, very wonky version of a proxy hatch does catch Hero off guard and does take game 1. GG. GG, well played. Okay, so because this was so disjointed and because it was so late, like this was really offbeat. Hero was expanding. He thought he defended. He thought that Dark was transitioning. He was like, okay, I guess I kill your hatchery and that's it. I guess we're fine. And because of that, Hero didn't throw down a second gateway. He didn't throw down a robo. Remember, it was a Twilight Council, not a robo. If it was a robo, we would have had an immortal, which is typically how you respond. There was no shield battery either. Like, Hero, he believed that the rush had ended, and it didn't. It was just late. It was just late to the party, and Yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played, and with that, Dark does take a lead. Does take a lead in this series. Let's go. So we're getting into game number 2 here on Hardland. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing CranKy Gaming. Down in this series, looking to fight back, looking to force that ace match. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Zerg player. Oh, going for a 15 hatch. We have the blue Zerg. It is Dark. Representing CranKy Gaming, going for a 15-15. Now, with this opener, Dark, he will actually establish his natural base. Even if there was a probe going across the map, it would have gone here too little too late. And Dark would be able to get his hatchery up and running where he would like it to be. Now, Hero, he went for a gate scout, so this is going to arrive a little bit later. But Dark will be safe and secure here on his 2-base setup. Should be a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool into a delayed gas. So a very safe way to open here from Dark. Very safe. Likewise, because the gas is so late, like this also means that we gain access to faster queens and faster lings in case there was any kind of aggression going on. Likewise, the gases will soon be coming online. This also means that link speed is going to be late, but link speed is not the most important upgrade in this matchup. It's not as necessary. Here we go. Oh, shout out to Night Phoenix in the chat. Quack, papi, quack. Let's see Night Phoenix rocking up. We see Dark getting into his own, getting into his opener, joining up. Should be getting into link speed, shouldn't be avoiding it. In other matchups, you can skip link speed and go straight into roaches, like ZVT or ZVP, but or ZVT or ZVZ. But against Protoss, we will most likely invest into link speed, as we have our tech of choice, and we can get a game out of this. Last game did end prematurely before Hero could really get into the swing of things. This time, Stargate opener. We have a Stargate opener here from Hero. With this, we should be getting into Oracles initially. Could go into a Void Ray or a Phoenix. We have options. Options are available for Hero. Behind this Dark, working on his 3rd base. And we will soon see what kind of initial units we want to work with. A Hero is rallied across the map, so it's looking like an Oracle first. With that, he also has a Stalker on the way as well, just to support, just to shut down this Overlord. And there it is, the Oracle is on the way. So overall, a standard opener out of Hero. Should be triple Oracle opener into a 3rd Nexus. This is just a really good and safe way for the Protoss player to open up and establish themselves on a 3-base economy. Meanwhile, Dark back at home, just keeping up with the Adepts. Oh, a couple of boys are being pulled, but drones are going down. That's going to be 2 dead workers, and we do get a 3rd as well. 3, 4 drones go down. This is becoming a bit much as we shade into the main, and we get another drone. Hero getting 5 drones already. Ay, ay, ay. A very strong start here from Hero. Things were pretty passive early on, but 5 worker kills is massive. From here, Hero is going for his own Oracle counterattack to look for even more damage. Meanwhile, Dark will delay the 3rd base. The Oracle is not here to defend. So we get into the main, we get 2 more drones. But Hero has to wait for his next Oracle before he can expand. As he's moving... I was like, are we moving out? No, no. Stay back home. Ooh, as the Lings, they do slip in. The wall is not a wall. Adept is going to be going down. We get a surround. Hero not taking these Lings seriously enough. Ling does slip into the main base, does get eyes on the follow-up third Oracle. No tech yet. And there it is, Twilight Council and a Forge. We do have our transition. Twilight Council and Forge before third base. Very aggressive here by Hero. But a big reason for that is because his third was denied. As we do confirm the lack of saturation again, Dark, he is pretty far behind when it comes to droning. He's been really struggling to keep up with so many dead workers. Third base now being taken, and even though this third is late, because Dark lost so many drones, this is still at a good position here for Hero. Overall, it is a good position. As the Oracles do rotate between the bases. Not quite finding any more drones though. Oh, as we sustain a lot of damage. Good target firing out of Dark. The Oracles, they take a lot of hits. As we get the hell out of the main base. And behind this, +1 and Blinker on the way. Again, a pretty standard follow-up. Despite the standard game out of Hero, again, he's achieved a lot already. Killing 7 drones in total and only losing gateway units. Dark threatening a counterattack, but Hero should be fine back at home. Yeah, we have Adepts, we have Sentries. They're in position. Dark finally does get eyes on the third base location. He does want a probe. Gets one. Oh, big overreaction out of Hero, wasting some of that energy. But again, Dark, he has to make something happen here. He needs to try to find some damage. Back at home, he's droning, getting his 4th. Baneling Nest is on the way. We're getting into +1 melee and roaches, so it looks like Lingbane Roach Ravager is going to be the composition of choice for Dark. And he's still sharking around, and it does keep the attention of Hero on these Lings at least. And Dark, he's droning up quite heavily actually. Droning up past 70 workers, getting his 4th base up and running. So Dark being quite greedy. Now, can he get away with it? Remember, this entire time Dark has been droning, which means Dark doesn't have an army, which means when Hero shows up, there's only Lings to defend. This 4th base may go down. Dark has been so greedy here, re-droning because of his past losses, because he lost so many workers. Now Hero, he has arrived. Stasis Trap is going to get baited out. Good force fields by Hero. Very nice force fields, and this hatchery is going to fall. That's going to be a kill on that hatchery. Going to be reinforcing behind this. How many gateways are we on? 9. Oh my god. This is a 3-base all-in. A 3-base all-in out of Hero. 10 gates, 3 bases. Mass Stalkers. Just pure Blink Stalkers at this point. And Dark, he's getting caught with his pants down. Again, Dark, he was just too greedy. Oh, massive Stasis Trap here on the Queens. And now Hero, he can keep on pushing. Can reinforce. More Stalkers on the way. The Wilds. Ooh, they do not connect. Stasis Trap is about to finish. Prism has arrived. The gateway was cancelled, so it's only going to be 9 gateways, not 10. But it's going to be a 9-gate all-in. Honestly, it's been a couple of months since I've seen this. I think I brought this up yesterday. I was talking about like the potential for like a 3-base all-in. I was like, I haven't seen like an 8-gate in months. But now we see it again from Hero. Again, Hero, he has nothing behind this. There's no Colossus production. There's no +2. There's no tech. Only pure Stalker. Pure Blink Stalkers and a dream. We dive on top of the army, and again, Dark. His Ravagers are so exposed. They're going to be focused on one after the other. The boys are being pulled, but we are losing far too much at this point. Hero snowballing out of control. Breaks through the army, breaks through the Queens. GG gets called, and Hero will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Dark, after losing so many workers, he overdroned. I mean, he in a way had to, right? Like, he was being greedy, he was cutting corners. Dark was droning so heavily. I was shocked to see him drone up over 70 workers, which is typically something you want to be wary of. And yeah, Dark, he just hammered down that drone key, and that meant that the 3-base all-in caught him off guard and did punish him. Dark didn't see it coming. I didn't even notice it. I should have, by the way. I should have noticed the gateway explosion, but it was a 3-base all-in at a hero and was able to break through. Was able to break through in the end, and that means we get an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. As we have game 3 on Alcyone. We have our final game. We have our final map here to determine who makes it on to the semifinals. Who will it be? Our Zerg or our Protoss? As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing CranKy Gaming, tying up the series 1-1 in that last game. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing CranKy Gaming as well, as they are teammates. It is Dark. Boy. Hello, Monsieur Drone. Okay, we're coming back. we never know with Dark. We never know. With that, GG, well played. We are going to be getting into our ace match. So far, it is going to be Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Dark. Meanwhile, we can see Hero checking the goal base first. Very wise choice. If you've been watching Dark in recent months, you would know that specifically on this map, Dark has been very fond of rushing into the goal. So Hero, he checks the gold first before coming in. I wouldn't say that this is unique to Dark. A lot of Zerg players like a Laser, Rainer as well, have been dabbling in rushing into this gold base as their natural. But here in this game, it's going to be a standard opener out of Dark. Hero does confirm, going to be going for his own gate expand across the map. For his gate expand into his cybercore, into his tech of choice. Now, on a large map like Alcyone, I'm imagining it's going to be a Stargate opener, but we'll see. We'll see if Hero does mix it up. Yet Hero does like being the aggressor. I was going to say that Alcyone, it does lean very heavily towards longer games. This third base and this would-be fourth are very defendable, very difficult to break, so we can opt to go for a more macro-oriented game overall from the side of the Protoss. But Hero likes being aggressive, as we saw in the previous game. You know, if he can 3-base all in you, he will. Based on the opener, I would imagine that the reason why Hero went for the gateway explosion and committed to the all-in was because of how much drones he was killing before. Was because of how much economic damage he was dealing. Like, he knew that Dark would be vulnerable. So we'll see how this game does unfold. For now, Stargate opener should be Oracles. Should be Oracle first into a third base. As Hero does confirm the location of the third of Dark. He does see, he is aware. Meanwhile, Dark, he slips into the main, he does get eyes on the tech, he does see the Oracle in production. So really good scout here from Dark, he does see everything. He sees, he knows. Back at home, he's making a wave of lings just so we can keep up with the adepts. And he is going to be just saturating his bases. Queens are getting in position. We will have 2 queens in the main, and we will have 2 queens at the natural. A Spore Crawler should be on the way momentarily as well to help defend. And again, we saw in the last game, it wasn't the Oracles that were dealing damage, it was the adepts. It was the adepts. The Overlord is going to be going down. And the third base is being taken. This time the Oracle stays at home. Remember, last game, Hero did go across the map immediately with that Oracle, and he was punished for it, and his third base was heavily delayed. This time, Hero keeps it at home, and Dark stays at home as well. Spore Crawlers are in production. There's the Evo Chamber. This is for +1 melee. And we are settling into the mid-game. We are settling in. Now that the third base is being established, Hero can move out. He wants the queen! Oh my, and he will get it! Very nice pick off here from Hero. Gets a queen, gets 2 workers. Ooh, but a big overextension. He does fly too close to the sun. He loses 1 oracle. He doesn't get another drone. Yeah, very nice control there from Dark. Very nice positioning as well. Hero a little bit too greedy, and suddenly this wasn't really worth it. He got a couple of drones and he got a queen, that's true, but these oracles are so invaluable. They're not just designed to harass, they, of course, provide support for your army when it comes to dealing with lings, stasis traps, scouting as well. Oracles are a big part of this, and yeah, we have to make another. So usually we stop at 3 oracles, but because we lost 1, we have to make a 4th. 4th oracle is on the way. Hero transitioning into a Forge and Twilight Council should be +1 and blink. Adepts are moving on the right hand side, oracles towards the left. Hero, he is looking for some drone kills. Can he get them? Gets 1. Oh, gets 2. Oh, but he takes so much damage. These oracles so softened up. At the same time, the adepts stay shaded into the natural. But we have plenty of lings in position. Despite that, we do get behind the mineral line. Yeah, 3 drones do go down. We get 3 workers. We have a Bailey Nest on the way. No Roach Warren, I just realized. As we recall back home. So it's going to be Ling Bane. It looks like Ling Bane into Hydra. The lair is about to finish for potentially Hydra production. Otherwise, this could be Ling Bane into Infestation Bit into Ultras. One or the other. They both work, and Dark is very fond of Ling Bane into Ultra, specifically on larger maps, like Alcyonic. And here we go. We're just amassing nothing but pure Ling. Banelings are on the way. Dark cutting workers at 51. This is the mass Ling Bane style that Dark is fond of. And this will eventually lead into Hive Tech as the game goes on. Oracles are busy, they're not at home to defend. We do have a good, we have really good SimCity here, really good positioning with the Stalkers, with the gateways, with the shield battery. Banelings are waddling in, but can we break through? As the Stalkers, they do stand strong, and the natural base is looking solid, so is the third. Really good positioning here from Hero. Banelings, they waddle in, they go for the middle line. Hero does split, but up. Oh my god, it does split. He does save most of his workers, but no, he comes in. 2 workers go down. The lings, they get completely cleaned up, and a beautiful defense by Hero. Looking at the trades, that was 74 lings, 9 banelings, and only 2 workers went down. Sure, Hero, he lost some adepts, and he lost a couple of stalkers, but that is more than worth it. Hero looking strong here. Now Hero has an economic lead. And remember, Dark, he cut workers to make this happen. He cut workers at 53. And now we're working towards the infestation bit. We spoke about this. Ling Bane into Ultra. But usually this works when you have momentum. Usually this works when you cripple the economy. That is not something that happened, and now Hero's going for a counterattack. Now Hero, he has momentum on his side. He has a massive advantage. He supply blocks Dark. Oh no. The supply block is real, but that's a lot of lings. It's a lot of lings. We will blink back. The oracles are here to support. There we go. They do activate their pulsar beams. The oracle's going ham, but so many stalkers are going down. Oh, brutal trade here for Hero. Brutal trade here as he does bleed out a lot of those stalkers. It's going to be 8 stalkers, but he gets 47 lings. And here comes some zealot reinforcements. And this is what we need to buffer, to support these stalkers. As we can blink back, and yeah, the zealots, they go ham. Charge just now starting. Zealots getting surrounded. Where are the oracles, by the way? The oracles, they get a couple of drones. But was that worth it? Was it worth it in the other prism? More prisms being focused down by the queens, but it looks like Hero, he has too much. The prism goes down, but it doesn't even matter as we shut down the queens and every single ling. Hero, he's snowballing out of control. He's pushing towards that third base. Dark up against the ropes. He gets us around, but the blinks, the SimCity, the reduced surface area on these stalkers. And the lings are going down. It looks like Hero has done a GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Hero, he does survive the Ling Bane. He defended beautifully, and then bam, immediately into the counterattack. He knew that he had momentum on his side. And he knew that that would be the moment when Dark would be vulnerable to an attack. Again, Dark, he committed so much to that. Remember, he had a massive amount of Ling Bane on the left and right hand side, and he did no damage. No damage whatsoever. And congratulations, Hero will take the series, will advance on into the next round. Does advance on, and who does he face? Who does he face off against? That's the real question. Oh, as we have some updates. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. As we have, of course, Hero advancing on to the semifinals. Dark has been eliminated, and we just got an update. Bjorn took down Solar. I don't know the score, but Bjorn did defeat Solar. And up next in the upper semifinals, Hero versus Bjorn. Meanwhile, scrolling down a little bit further, we have a Cure versus Classic in a TVP. Fire. That's what I was looking forward to. Big fan of Firefly here, and Firefly took a game off of Cure, forced the ace match. Very well done. Very nicely done there by Firefly. Did go down to Cure, but good result nonetheless. In the quarterfinals, we have Classic taking down Creator 2-0. Classic up against Cure in the lower quarterfinals. Scrolling down a bit further, we have some updates. Oliveira did take down Showtime 2-0. Oliveira going to be waiting for the winner. Oh, waiting for his next opponent. And we have our answer. It's going to be Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Gumiho 2-1. Nightmare versus Oliveira coming up next. Not on this channel. I think that's being covered by Chickenman. I'm not certain. Okay, yeah, there we go. We have confirmation. Chickenman was casting Nightmare versus Gumiho, and Chickenman is going to be following that into Oliveira. So if you want to tune into Nightmare versus Oliveira, Chickenman has you covered. And with that, he's going to be following that into the lower semifinals. Meanwhile, we have our upper semifinals ready and raring to go. And I need a moment here to set it up. Un momento, papi, un momento. As try to set up the logos here, and our players do conduct their vetoes. Beautiful. Meanwhile, because we're in the semifinals, predictions will be open in the chat, so you can place your bets on who you think will advance onto the grand finals. Will it be our Terran or our Protoss? Also, I just realized, and I mean, it's what we're used to here in ESL Open Cup Asia. There is no Zerg player left. No Zergs left in the tournament. Both Solar, DRG, and Dark have all been eliminated. It is only Terran and Protoss remaining. Here we go. One moment. As it looks like we have our lobby, we have our players, and I'm just trying desperately to set up those predictions. So if you're in the chat upon hearing this message, you will have a minute or so to place your bets, to get your gamba going on who you think does make it through and who you believe will make it to the finals. Best of luck. Best of luck. As game 1 is going to be on hard lead. We go spawning in the top left hand corner. In the top left hand corner of hard lead, we have our South Korean Protoss player. Representing Dragon, Kaizi Gaming just took down Dark. Can he go even further? It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. Let me just double check something. There we go. Just clarifying something in the chat. It looks like, unfortunately, there was a bit of a misresult in Wikipedia. Oh, as we are committed, we're going for it. My apologies. I was a little bit distracted, but here we go. We are in our TVP, and the predictions are open. As here we go. We have a two-gate opener here from Hero with a proxy cybercore. We are committed to an all-in. Bjorn across the map. No SCV scout, by the way. He's going for a rack. Oh no! He's going for a rack expand. Economic opener out of Bjorn. Very economic here, but not just economic. Bjorn, he skipped his Reaper. He went reactor first. Reactor first here. No scout into the CC. Bjorn being so greedy. And this means that Bjorn has no idea what is coming his way. Now, I'm still unfamiliar with how this dynamic works, so I'm ready to see what happens. I'm ready to see what Hero does do. Here we go. Zealot has arrived, going to be delaying this CC. Now, with the arrival of the Zealots, Bjorn is aware that there is a proxy. He's aware that there is aggression coming his way. There we go. Boys are being pulled. Marines are amassing. We have Stalkers on the way. Bjorn, can we hold on here? Can we hold on to low ground? Because Stalkers, they can, of course, outrange everything here. And Marines are being focused down one after the other. There's one Marine left. Marine does pull back. As Hero, he does take control of the low ground. SCVs are going to be going down. The Zealot falls. But so does the Marine. That bunker, is it going to finish? It will not. So the bunker will not finish. The CC won't finish either. And we're getting out of hand. We're getting out of control. More boys are being pulled. They have to be. There's one Marine. There's 0 Marines left. There's 2. They come in. They dive into the bunker. Just barely in time. They dive into the bunker, and we will hold on to the natural, but we lost 8 SCVs in the process. And we're not done because we have Adepts on the way. We have Adepts. Hero is expanding. He's transitioning out of this. And Hero does have a very hefty worker lead. Now, Hero, he isn't just up in workers, but so much of the mining here from Bjorn was disrupted because they were fighting. The SCVs that were fighting, they were pulled, of course. And you can see the economy deep in the red in favor of Hero. The Adepts, they shed into the middle line. Another worker goes down. Not like this. There we go. SCV going to be going down. The Stalkers, they're going to be able to pick off a couple of units as well. Oh! Going to be able to pick off some of those SCVs as they're being pulled again. Hero achieving so much here with these Stalkers. For 5 SCVs. And with that, Hero, he has taken control of the low ground. He shades into the main. Not like this. Just the chaos. It gets worse and worse here for Bjorn. GG gets called, and Hero will take game number 1. Punishing the greed of Bjorn. GG. It wasn't just a Rax expand. Remember, it was a Rax expand with a reactor first without an SCV scout. Oh my god, it was all just punished. Hero snowballing out of control. GG. Also, just to clear things up, it wasn't that it was misreported on Team Liquid, sorry, on Wikipedia. Apparently, it was just recorded. It was misrecorded on the ESL bracket. The ESL bracket, and Wikipedia was just reflecting that. But I'm sure it'll be fixed. I'm sure it'll be rectified. It will be resolved. So do not worry. Speaking of, big shout out to I did just know Sinistro. Big shout out to Sinistro in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, papi? ¿Cómo estás? I look forward to meeting you, by the way, Sinistro, at IEM. I'm very excited. That's so exciting. Like, I've never been to a LAN before. I mean, I've never been to a big LAN like that before, I should say. And yeah, I look forward to meeting everyone, whether it's Sinistro, Kashim, and whoever else does arrive there at IEM Katowice. It's gonna be amazing. Gonna be amazing. When I say that, like, I know that you guys are gonna be really busy. You guys are gonna be working. So hopefully we can find some time to chill. But I look forward to it. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our South Green Protoss player, our red Protoss representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming. Ooh, it is Hero, leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. Go. So we are settling into this. We are going to be getting into game number 2 here. Hero, of course, with that lead, with quite an advantage already, and we'll see if he can extend that. As I'm sure this time Beyond is going to be going for a much safer opener instead. Hero likewise going to be checking, scouting, making sure he doesn't get proxied. Understandable here from Hero, very understandable. Just going to be scouting, just going to be checking, making sure that there is no proxy racks. Especially after Hero just proxied, it would be something that Beyond would do. It would be something that Beyond would do. So Hero just playing safe. Meanwhile, once again, Beyond is doing the same thing. He's crazy. Going for a Rax expand, reactor first into that CC on the low ground. So a very greedy opener here by Beyond. I mean, we saw it punished in the last game. This game, he should be able to get away with it. Should be able to get away with this opener. As the gases are being taken, we will be probing on up. Probe Scout coming in is going to get eyes on the expansion, so Hero knows that Beyond did go for an economic opener. And we are going to be reacting out those Marines. From here, going into not just one Rax, show us the second, show us the third. There it is, third Rax. It's going to be a 3-Rax follow-up here by Beyond. So far, Hero is in the dark, and this does make sense. Again, it's just a very, in a way, very economic way to play here, just because you're working with very little gas. And this is a little bit old school. This used to be very meta, very commonplace back in the day. This is designed to shut down and have an advantage over Stargate openers. Speaking of, that's a Stargate. Let's go. It is going to be a Stargate opener from Hero, and we'll see if Hero can piece this together, as for the time being, he is in the dark. Going to be threading a shade into the natural. Does commit, actually comes in with another Adept. Oh, these Marines are going to be going down, and Beyond out of position with the rest of his army. The Adepts, they get into the natural base. SCVs are going to be falling. We go for the Marines. Ooh, as we shade away. Hero does shade away. Behind this, it's going to be an Oracle first, not Phoenixes. Very important. I should have added here that 3 Raxes are designed to punish Phoenix openers, not necessarily Stargates, because this is going to be Oracle into Twilight Council. Okay, very interesting. The Marine count getting shaved off here. And we're shaving away at the Marine count. A couple more do go down. The Oracle comes in and we can clean everything up. Every single Marine does go down. And this is huge. Again, we're supposed to be hitting a stim timing. The way this works is that on 3 Raxes, you build up a Marine count, you push out before Medivacs, you hit a timing with stim, and everything gets scouted. And again, the Marine count has been cut in half. This push has been stifled before it could really get going. And Hero, he comes back into the mineral line. He is just having his way with Beyond. 2 more SCVs go down. Hero popping off here, and the Oracle does take some hull damage, and it may even go down. Oh, as the Oracle has to get the hell out of there. And behind this, Hero comfortably just getting up to a 2-base economy. Blink on the way. Additional gateways as well. It's going to be 4-gate Blink as a follow-up. And Hero, he's not done. And how many Marines? That was 8 Marines going down. We have 16. And we'll see if Bjorn... Yeah, it looks like he's going to stay at home. So, because Bjorn has already lost so much when it comes to workers and Marines, he's not moving out. Usually we want to hit a time with Stim, but because Bjorn has been stumbling his way into this, it's not worth it. It's not worth pushing anymore. It would be too late, and Hero would shut it down. I mean, look at all this! Look at all these Stalkers. Like, Bjorn, he would just lose everything. So, a very mature decision. Very mature here for Bjorn to stay back at home and transition. He's working on Factory, Starport, +1. Bjorn is licking his wounds, and he doesn't want to throw anything away for nothing. Doesn't want to throw anything away. As Hero, he has arrived. He has Blink, of course. He has to respect Stim. But there's no bunker. There's no bunker on the low ground. There are no tanks because of the opener itself. And we forced out a Stim. Again, because it's a 3-max, like, tank production is so heavily delayed. And Hero, he can have his way with this army. You have to respect the potential of Stim. That does shade in. Does get eyes on the production. Hero has to be careful. He got 3 Marines, hasn't lost anything yet. Did lose the Adept. Oh. Hasn't lost any Stalkers yet. Good blinks here from Hero. Once again, shaving away at those Marines, or shaving off those Marines. Oh. Oracle is going to go down. Bit of miscontrol there by Hero. Nice pick off from Bjorn. Behind this, 3rd Nexus is on the way. Hero now, what he doesn't have is an economy. Like, Hero's economy is not ideal here. He's been hyper-fixated on being aggressive. So that is an advantage that Bjorn does have. The medic! Oh my... Oh my god. The full medevac almost goes down. 1 Stalker finally falls. 2 Stalkers. Let's go. Bjorn, you need to calm down, okay? Hero 2. Jesus. That was almost disastrous. Was almost a disaster. As Bjorn is pushing right through the center, Hero, he was looking for the drop. Uh-oh. Hero, he was looking for the medevac. He's out of position. And here comes Bjorn. Bjorn pushing right through the middle of the map. And what do we have here in position? We do have some sentries and force fields. Force fields that are so crucial here to buy some time. And Hero, he does get back home. Just in time. But that is a lot of Marines and Marauders. Force fields are thrown down. We slice up the army. And so many Marines go down. Again, good trades here from Hero. Beautiful force fields. Behind this, Bjorn getting his 3rd CC on location. He's expanding and he's pulling the... Yeah, we pull the boys, Papi. What is this 3rd for? I don't know. we're completely all in at this point. Bjorn, he knows that he just does not have an economy behind this. Colossus is on the way, but it's still in production. We need force fields. We need some good force fields, and we do throw them down. The SCVs, they have been spotted. Hero knows. But we don't have another force field. We don't have another left. We have to pull all the way back to the natural. The Colossus still on the way. We force the overcharge. Bjorn, can we break through? It's so close. It's oh so close. More Stalkers are on the way. We depower the shield battery. We shut it down. Ooh, big mine shots. Probes go down. The Colossus is exposed. The Colossus goes down instantly. And Bjorn, he's breaking through. Or is he? Bjorn, it's so close here. He's trying to barely to break through, and he does get on top of these Stalkers, but the Marauders, we're running out of steam. We're running out of Marauders. Probes have been forced off the mineral line. Another Stalker going to be going down. We have a big warp in, and there's too much. There's far too much here. The Widow Mines are going to be going down, and Hero holds. He has a 3rd base. He lost all of his probes. He lost a lot of his economy, and I guess Bjorn, I mean, he can make use of this 3rd. I guess. I get technically true. Bjorn, not all in. He had the 3rd. He does pull back. Another Colossus on the way. Widowmine drop coming out. Now, because Bjorn killed all the probes here at the natural, the worker counts are pretty similar. They are similar. Ooh. Widowmine drop gets shut down. Big pick off there by Hero. Bjorn, he did enough damage to, in a way, make things even. things have stabilized in a way. Where Beyond has a better economy, he has mules. He's got 1-1. No armory, I believe. No armory from Beyond. No 2-2 in sight. He's going to be stuck on 1-1 upgrades for quite some time. First Colossus does arrive. Immortal in production. Too big of a Marauder. Oh! Get a couple of Zealots. As the armies do dance back and forth, we do have a Zealot counterattack, but Beyond is in position. He does stem back home. Does end up coming back home. Did get eyes on those Zealots, and Beyond, he's recovering. He's back up to 3 base saturation, 54 workers. Meanwhile, Hero is still building himself back up, working on that Colossus count. This is still anyone's game. After a wild and chaotic start, still anyone's game here for these two players. Here we go. We do have a massive Zealot counterattack getting poised to go in. Now, Hero, he has eyes on the army. He has the Observer. He sees these Widow Mines. He sees the army. He's waiting for Beyond to move out. And then we pull the trigger. Waiting for Beyond to be pulled out of position. Hero... Ooh. Trading a Stalker for a Marauder. You can see he's dragging the army over. Zealot's getting ready. There are still these Widow Mines. See, Hero, he's just trying to bring the attention of Beyond over. Vikings anticipating a War Prism. Beyond pushing to the center. We have Ghosts. We have EMPs. We have Ghosts. Hero taking the center base. Hero, can he deal with this army, by the way, as he does push in? Yeah, he will deal with these Widow Mines. Big pickoffs. And this means that the Zealot run-by can actually break in. At the same time, Beyond catching the Stalkers. He does attempt to catch the Stalkers. A good chunk of them do go down. And this Nexus has been spotted. Has been seen. Hero, he is in position. Shield battery going to be going down. Good force fields. Big EMP on the sentries. But the Colossi are going ham. The army comes in from behind. And Hero, does he have enough? The Colossi, they're going down to the Vikings. And the Stalkers are out of position. It looks like Beyond has done it. Beyond, he breaks through the army. We needed the Colossus. We needed the Stalkers to support the Colossus. GG gets called. And Beyond will tap the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, the Vikings, they had free reign of the Colossi. They shut them down one after the other. Hero not in position. He was caught out. And with that, we have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Oh my god. I'm so tired. I'm not going to be causing ESL Europe today. I'm not covering Europe. You got plenty for that. Oh my god. The misspeaks are too real. Catching up with chat. Oh god, the Net Wars guys will take care of you. I'm scared. I love to meet the Net Wars guys. I'm looking forward to it too. Yeah, let's go. We'll see, we'll see. It's gonna be a good time. As here we go, we're going all the way to game number 3, the ace match between these two players. And this was wild again. Hero had held against Yolin, but he just lost too much in the process to the point where things kind of, again, they settled. Like, Beyond did enough damage where he could just back off and regroup and rebuild. And Hero was doing well for himself. He was picking up a lot of units. He was doing great setup, don't get me wrong, but one wrong move, getting caught out in the open like that, and Beyond was able to take full advantage of Hero. GG. And with that, we are getting into game number 3 on Hecate. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have our red Protoss player from the land of South Korea representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series 1-1 in the last game. It is Beyond. Hero immediately sending his probe across the map, coming in for a scout and being as annoying as possible. Does confirm the opener, of course, does confirm the racks back at home. Hero tasing away at that SCV. Did lose his shields, but it's going to be regenerating. He's going to be regenerating those shields. Dipping in between the bases. Oh! Between the bases. There's a probe, but will back off. With that, Hero is, just doing Protoss things here. Just, again, being a nuisance. Eventually, he's going to be forced back, but he does confirm the lack of gas. With the lack of gas, this should be a Rax expand, and Hero is making sure that that is the case. As for the first time this series, Beyond is not going for a reactor first. He is going for that Marine. And there it is, CC on the high ground. So, Beyond forced into a more inefficient opener here. Gonna have to float the CC over. It is gonna be delayed by a couple of seconds, but only by a couple of seconds. On top of that, Hero also confirmed something. He confirmed the Marine first. No Reaper, which means no Scout. If Hero wanted to be spicy, he could do so. And Björn would have no idea. The Cyber Core is done. Hero getting into his own expansion. Björn, it looks like the same opener. Okay. We have 1 Rax, we have 2 Rax, and show us the 3rd Rax. And there it is. 2 games in a row, it's going to be a Rax expand into a 3 Rax build here by Björn. Now, we saw that Björn really struggled to get this going in the last game, and Hero did a phenomenal job at shutting it down. Meanwhile, this is even better. Oh my god, a Robo Opener out of Hero. Very good read. Hero, he is correctly assuming that it's going to be the same build. So, Robo Openers are designed to shut down 3 Raxes. The reason why, with a Robo Opener, you gain access to a fast Immortal early on into Colossus production. And as soon as your first Colossus arrives, you completely shut this down. The Adept does not see the production. Hero sees the CC, but he doesn't see the follow-up. But he is aware that Marines are still being produced, not Hellions. There's no add-on swap, there's no factory. So Hero, he can piece this together, and with this, we should be seeing, there we go, we have an Observer first, but this should be leading into a fast Robotics Bay, into fast Colossus. And there it is! The Bay is thrown down, and the Colossus should soon be on the way. And again, this opener, this build specifically from Hero, is designed to hard counter 3 Raxes. This used to be very meta. A couple of years ago, like 2020, 3 Raxes were very commonplace in the meta, in TVP, and this build kind of rose in popularity, but just because 3 Raxes was so common. This was back in like the 2000 Atmospheres days. And even I think the season before that, the season before 2000 Atmospheres. So I feel very old school. Like I feel like I'm casting a game from like 3 years ago. Because this is not common. I should say that beyond that, 3 Raxes aren't very common in general. Not anymore. As here, he dips in with the Observer. He does confirm, does see everything. Likewise, Björn, I thought for a moment he may have seen the Observer, but he is going to be committing to his push. As we said before, this time Björn, he hasn't lost any Marines, he hasn't lost any SCVs, and he is hitting a very strong timing with Stim and Combat Shields. We're going to... I don't know about this. We're going Disruptor, not Colossus. This is risky. This is wild. Going Disruptor first. Okay. Show us what you got. The Marines are here. If the Nova doesn't connect, then we may just die. Up. Oh my god. Hero so risky. Nova goes off and it will connect. Good connection. Good connection on those Marines. On the Marauder. Speaking of, another Marauder goes down, and Björn, he has been shut down. We have our Stim. the Stalker. The Stalker's to save the juggling. Hero, he does hold, he does defend. And with War Prison speed, Hero, he can counterattack. This was such a risky way to play, by the way. Again, if the Nova missed, then Hero would have been in a world of hurt. Pick up a Stalker, good control here by Bjorn. Meanwhile, the double Disruptor drop, it's on the way. Hero, you're crazy. Hero realizes, yeah, there's just not much here to defend. 2 Marauders go down. Very nice pickups here from Hero. Nothing major, but 2 Marauders is a good trade. Now Bjorn is stuck at home, and behind this, now we're getting into Colossus production. Now we're getting into a third base. And now we're going for the SCVs. Disruptors, they have arrived. Nova's going to be going up as well. They do connect. 6 SCVs go down alongside a mule. Big pickoffs. And Bjorn, he's stuck at home, stuck dealing with this. And again, I should reiterate, if you're in the chat and if you're a Protoss player and if you want to try this, it's not safe. It's not like, only Hero can get away with this, okay? He's crazy. Ay. If you're a Protoss out there, just go for the Colossus first. It's just safer overall. Like, you're fine. But with high risk comes high reward. As Hero is denying any kind of mining at the third base, he was able to pick off 6 workers, Marauders, and here comes the army of Hero. Now, what do we have to defend? We have 1 tank on the high ground, we have a tank on the low ground. Stim is done, of course. +1 about to finish up. Now, with the power of the Disruptor, we can chip away at the bunker, and yeah, we even just give up on the third. He knows he cannot hold on to it. I should have also emphasized that was a very greedy third base. Very quick third here from Bjorn. Not seen often. Nova's going to be going up. They take down a Marauder. No, the Nova will not connect. It will not connect. Good splits. That's going to be a kill on the Disruptor. Another tank pushing forward. Gateways are on the way. Gateways are on the way. And Hero's going to retreat. I mean, this is fine. Like, Hero, he's containing Bjorn to 2 bases. He denies the third, takes a 4th. Securing himself here with Colossi. Sentries are on the way. Bjorn is going to be expanding. And he's looking pretty secure. He has 3 tanks. The Observer does see this, by the way. Hero, he's aware of the expansion. And he's looking to harass. This is the downside, of course, is that Bjorn positions most of his army at the third, which means the natural is exposed. A little bit more, at least. There is a turret, and I think these Marines are stuck. Are they? Is there a way past the reactor? I think so, right? Hopefully. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Means they will be heading on over. I do appreciate that Bjorn does intentionally leave a Marine here, though, just to defend, just in case. Speaking of, Prism is coming in. Hero's main army has been spotted. At the same time, though, Prism dives into the main base. We do get a stim. Bjorn, he's in position. We get a big warping of Zealots in the main base. At the same time, Hero pushes into the third. Zealots dive on the third base. Tanks are in position. That's a lot of tanks. Nova's go off. Nova is denied. Good target firing here out of Bjorn. 2 tanks go down. Now the Colossi looking a little bit exposed, but it looks like, do we have enough Protoss? Oh! This Hero is forced back. Where are the reinforcements? He's running out of Stalkers. He's running out of Gateway units. But he breaks through the main army. He gets into the mineral line. At the same time, the Zealots in the main base, they're getting out of hand, out of control. Hero, he barely breaks through. These Colossi are so vulnerable, so exposed. But Hero barely had enough. Oh god! The Marauders! They get 1. They get 1. They will almost get a second. The tank drop. The tank drop from Bjorn. He gets the second Colossus, and he will maybe get the third as well. But behind this, he's losing everything. He loses control of his entire main base. The Colossus is recalled back home. GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Hero styling on Beyond here, going for a Robo Opener, which is fine against 3 racks, going for Disruptor first into Warp Prism Speed. Crazy. Very risky out of Hero, but it paid off. He was able to connect, he was able to shut down his opponent and take advantage of Beyond. Very, very nice play there out of Hero. GG, well played. And with that, Hero will be our first finalist for today's tournament, for today's ESL Open Cup. GG, well played. Catching up with the chat. Hero has an extra finger. It's crazy, Poppy. It's crazy. I mean, again, really impressive stuff overall. Impressive stuff overall here. As yeah, with that, we are going to be getting ready for our next series. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have some catching up to do. We're catching up in the chat. We're catching up in the bracket as Heroes in the finals. Meanwhile, we have Nightmare. He took down Gumiho 2-1. He took down Oliveira 2-0, and now Nightmare is up against Cure again. Nightmare, his best matchup is PVT. We have seen Nightmare take down players like Gumiho, Beyond, Cure. He's taken them all down before, and he's looking to do it again. So Nightmare, he's on a PVT tear. And we could see a PvP finals, which would be very fitting, actually. It would be very fitting because, for those that are curious, Chickenman, he's currently casting the lower semis, and both Chickenman and I, we will be casting the finals together. We will be joining forces in this broadcast. And fun fact, whenever we cast together in ESL Open Cups, it's always a PvP finals. Without fail, it's always a PvP finals. I don't know what it is. And it could happen again. Could happen once again. Oh boy. It's the chicken duck caster curse, where whenever the chicken and duck come together, it's just always PvPs. But you know, we don't want to count our ducks before they hatch. We want to make sure that we're able to enjoy Nightmare and Cure, and yeah, we'll see. We shall see where it takes us. As it looks like they're in game 1. It looks like Chickenman is in game 1 of Nightmare versus Cure, which means we obviously missed out on game 1, but we will get into game number 2. Game number 2. Un momento. So let's get ready. Nightmare versus Cure. So this also means that we have a bit of a break. We're going to be going on a short break here while we get ready for the lower semifinals. Regardless of whether Nightmare or Cure wins, we will be casting that. We'll be covering that series. We're covering that semifinal, so we're going to be going in a short break. Again, everyone take this moment to get some water, get some snacks, get some food. Thank you here for winning, preventing a TVT finals. Oh. You don't understand, Poppy. It has to be PvP now. It has to be. We'll see. We shall see. But again, take this moment to hydrate, stretch your inches, massage your marines, and when we return, we will have the lower semifinals. We'll see you guys soon. See you soon. It's good to be Chicken, mate. It's been so long. It's been so long since we've casted together.
I know, it's been too long.
It's been far too long, and it's great to be back here for ESL Open Cup Asia. I wasn't able to catch the end, but what are we getting into? What's our score?
Well, it is currently 1-0 in favor of the Terran player, who is now spawning in the lower right-hand corner of Oceanborn. It is Team Liquid's Cure.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing himself. It is Nightmare.
Yeah, sad to see Nightmare not continuing on with Maturino.
Yeah, it's very bittersweet, and I hope he can find a new home. I hope he can find a new place, a new team for himself. Yeah, he's down in the series, but I'm not gonna lie, mate. As soon as I saw the bracket, as soon as I saw Nightmare going on a tear, I was like, are we gonna get another PvP finals? Like, is it happening? Whenever we casting it, it happens, mate. It happens.
That would actually be amazing. Yeah, I don't know like how we could channel that to happen. Nightmare just getting all these upsets to get to the finals just so that it can be PvP for us.
Yeah. Make it happen, Nightmare. We need to continue the trend.
Yeah, absolutely. But and Nightmare's looked really good. He took down Stats, Gumiho, and then Oliveira. He looked very, very strong, but Cure's TVP is just so good.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Cure has arguably the best Terran versus Protoss in Korea, right? Like, arguably the best in the world. Like, he's so damn good at what he does, and yeah, with that, like, even here, we're forcing a really interesting game here. He does force the, I was gonna say he was gonna force the unnatural natural, but no, Nightmare is gonna try to fight for this. Cure, he's respecting this quite a bit, by the way. Hard committing here to what he believes would have been an all-in.
I mean, that's a fair thing to believe. Because no base has been taken. And there's a Robo now on the way on the low ground here. So I don't really know where we're headed in this game already.
Yeah.
Keeping it nice and spicy.
We have a Robo before expansion, which is crazy, which means even though we're going to shut down this eBay, Nightmare may actually just go for a one base all in. Like, it's on the table. Oh, no, he's good. Okay, we're good.
Nope, he immediately. The moment you said that, he puts down that Nexus. Perfect timing. But Cure doesn't have a base either. He's 1-1-1ing it right now. The old classic build here.
Is this how the games have been going? Because this is actually crazy what we're seeing right now.
not even a little bit. This is like we're off the chains here.
Oh my god, we're off the rails right now. So as you mentioned, a straight up 1-1-1. Cure does throw down the CC on the high ground, but it's a very late expansion for Cure.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to end up in a normal game somehow. Both players just decided, like, okay, we're just going to tech first and then expand later. Now Nightmare is going for a Stargate.
Yeah. I like how we joined forces, Chickenman. We joined forces, and then this is what happens when we join forces. Going Robot before expansion into another tech structure into Stargate. Like, this is a little bit disjointed from Nightmare, but I mean, at the same time, he also probably believes he's being all in, but he isn't. And at the same time, Cure is also teching into Banshees.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Banshee tech from Cure. Unfortunately, I think he's about to run into Observer Phoenix, so it's like worst case scenario for the Banshees. But if this wasn't all in, the Banshees would be great.
Yeah,
to defend against it.
100%.
So, and then if Nightmare was being all in, I guess Immortal Phoenix is a pretty good composition.
Yeah,
to deal with that.
Yeah,
if you need it.
Both players are respecting each other quite a bit here, and we're ending up in a really weird game state. As you're saying, Phoenixes are well underway for the time being. The Observer hasn't gone into the main yet, so Nightmare actually isn't aware of the Cloak Banshees for the time being, but he should have everything he needs to defend against it.
Yeah, they might be able to get a couple of kills here or there. We'll see if Nightmare puts down a shield battery, which would stop one from getting really any kills, but yeah, it might still be able to get some cheeky damage. We could also see those Phoenixes fly to the other side of the map at the most inopportune moment, which often happens.
Oh yeah. It does. And this is just a really weird way for that Nightmare is getting into Phoenix Colossus, right? Like it's a little bit disjointed, but you know, Robo eventually into Stargate, now into the base. So this is kind of evening up. This is becoming a little bit more standard here out of Nightmare.
Yeah, and he's getting straight into the Colossi. I mean, I think that's a great choice. Phoenix Colossus, what a classic composition. But I haven't seen him go for this at all in any of these TVTs. So,
okay.
You know, this is different for him.
It's different.
And here come the Banshees. They are going to get some damage done. This is really nice. The Observer just a little too far away. I don't even know where the Observer is.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting recalled.
Yeah, it's getting recalled back home, but we're getting far too much damage as we get 16 pro kills. The entire mineral line goes down just like that. And suddenly, Cure has a massive economic lead.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. I thought for sure it'd be like 5 or 6 kills, right? Banshees come in, they get some damage done. The Observers and the Phoenix fly over there. It's done. 17. Like you said, that's the whole mineral line. That's all the probes in the main. Nightmare's third. If that was earlier, maybe I wouldn't hate this so much. But Cure's third base is done. It's in his main, turning it into an orbital. And Nightmare he's just behind now, like real behind.
Yeah, Nightmare's in a really rough position here. He needs to make some magic happen, whether it's, you know, having these Phoenixes pop off and kill 16 SCVs, you know, do something crazy like that. If he's able to catch the army out of position. As you mentioned, the onus right now is on Nightmare to come back because, as you mentioned, right now he is strictly behind.
Yeah, he absolutely has got to get that economy back up there and figure out a way to get a good trade against Cure. I mean, he's got the Colossi coming out. Those are, you know, good in a straight up fight. There is a Raven here, but he doesn't have the Interference Matrix upgrade, and never mind, it's dead anyways. So good kill there for Nightmare.
Yeah, very nice. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of a comeback, you know? I mean, it wasn't a free trade. He did lose a Phoenix in the process, and he doesn't have too many. And I'm sure Kira is aware of this, right? With so few Phoenixes, Kira can go for drop play. He can suddenly, you know, unlock the map and be that much more aggressive against Nightmare.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see him try to utilize that. I mean, 2 Phoenixes it's just not scary. Get some drops going. Could be good. He's got a lot of tanks too, and I actually think the tanks can be extra good without the Phoenixes there to lift them up.
Yeah, definitely. So Kira, he's got options. You know, the world is his oyster right now. He can do whatever he wants at this point, and Nightmare, where do we go from here? We're getting up to 3-base saturation. We're getting there. We do have a second rover for double Colossus production and potentially double Disruptor. Disruptors can be a good way to come back if we get some good Novas.
Yeah, I mean, I think Disruptors are always going to be very good. You really can't go wrong. But I like this move. A few Adepts shading into the natural, trying to get some damage done. Going to focus down a couple of SCVs. Actually going to get, what, 6 of them?
Yeah, 6 SCVs going to be going down. Pretty good here. Yeah, especially considering Adepts, they don't really do much in the main army, so they trade well.
Yeah, I think that was a good catch there for Nightmare. It's going to give him the worker lead once again. So he gets that back. 3 base to 3. Still behind quite a bit in that army supply, and this is something I've noticed from Nightmare's play today, is his upgrades have been consistently behind the Terrans. And I mean, it hasn't mattered, I guess, since he's here. He won all those games, but you know, Cure's very, very good on that. He's got 1/1, 2/2 starts up right away. Nightmare is finishing up +1 attack right now. I don't really expect him to like go for a double forge. Try to really pump out upgrades. That's kind of cute, though.
Yeah.
A fleet beacon. All right.
Okay, I like this. So if Nightmare, if he can cut some corners, if he can defend, if he can survive a little bit longer, then rushing into Skytoss could be a good way to come back into this. The scary thing is, though, that Kira shouldn't really be, like, resting on his laurels, right? He should be active quite soon, and things are going to get pretty intense for Nightmare once Kira pushes out.
Yeah, I do worry about that. I mean, Cure's army is looking pretty terrifying. He's got Vikings coming out now. Oh, but that Observer. Whoa, the Novas. Oh, Cure, man. How does he react so quickly?
Oh my god. It's crazy.
Like, that's Imba.
He does pull back in time. He avoids the Novas for the time being. Thankfully, Nightmare didn't lose his disruptors or anything like that, and he's going to be sharking around for more damage. The other scary thing is that Cure, he's already building up a Viking count. Even if we get into carrier production, which is starting, by the way, it is currently underway, Cure, he's not going to have the worst army against even Skytos.
Yeah, and I mean, those first couple of carriers they're just the worst thing in the world. Like, one carrier, it's actually worse than 0 carriers. Because that money could have been anything else, and it would have been better as anything else.
We're shaming this carrier, so you're useless. Oh my god.
It's actively hurting Nightmare being in that army.
You're not
but
wrong.
Once it's joined by a few friends, you're pretty good.
Yeah. We only like you when there's 2 of you at least. Oh, I feel so bad for the carrier, but you're not wrong.
That poor carrier.
Yeah, you're right. Like, when it comes to carrier production, we have to hit critical mass, right? We have to get 3, 4, up to 6 carriers, and we're getting there. We're banking them up, and for the time being, Cure doesn't know what's going on. Cure instead, he is focusing on just turtling up and getting his 4th. He is chilling here, and he's giving Nightmare the opportunity to actually have a chance and actually bounce back in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of love that Nightmare went for this gamble, right? He was behind, and going for carriers put him more behind until those carriers come to fruition. That's a scary place to be, but it's paying off. His +1's about to finish for those carriers. He's got 3 more in production, 3 already out. If he can get up to like 8 carriers, there's a moment where if Cure's really not ready for it, 10 Vikings is pretty good, I will say.
Yeah.
But if he's got like 8 carriers, it's not quite enough.
Yeah.
He's still got to be careful.
Exactly, like, this could be a position where Cure, he can now work towards Liberators, and there it is, we have Fusion Core in the way, 2 more Starports, and Liberators, they're amazing against a ground toss army, but it's going to be Sky Toss instead, and Cure actually doesn't know that. Like, looking at his vision, he hasn't seen anything, he hasn't been scouting at all, so he may have a decent army right now against Sky Toss, but again, he's still not fully aware of what's coming his way.
Yeah, Nightmare's been very careful to keep all those carriers back. They could come out if they needed to, but now they're going to finally join the army. Now that he's up to 6 of them, still has more coming out, but I mean, the players are maxed. Now's kind of the time. If Nightmare is going to show his hand, he's got to do it soon.
Oh, exactly, and here we go. We are getting ready to push out. The army has been spotted here by a couple of units of Nightmare, and we'll see if he still looks to refine his army, maybe get into a mothership, maybe start working towards Tempest. When it comes to the splash damage, he doesn't have any High Templar, no Storm. He's heavily relying on these disruptors, and there's still a lot of potential in those Novas.
Yeah, there's 5 disruptors out. The 2 Colossi as well, if the carriers are drawing fire, they can end up getting a bunch of damage done. We'll see if Cure tries to target those down first so the Marines can get underneath. But the disruptors are the real scary threat here in terms of the splash damage. EMP's starting to land. There go the Novas. Cure trying to back up, but he's running out of space right now. There's more Novas coming in. I think Nightmare's done it. That's it. He's surprised them with the carriers, and now he's just going to straight up win this fight. I don't think Cure has enough time to like build new stuff. If Nightmare just keeps pushing, he is ahead over 50, 60 supply up in the army right now.
Even without the carriers, the disruptors themselves just clean up the entire ground army, and you got the carriers as a cherry on top here to clean everything else up, and Cure, he was not ready for this. GG gets called. Nightmare snowballs into a win.
Wow. I mean, that went perfectly to plan for Nightmare, right? That was it.
Yeah.
And I think I gotta put that on Cure, right? You gotta keep scouting, you gotta keep paying attention. I feel like we've all been in those games where you're ahead and you're feeling good and you're macroing, and then 8 carriers come across the map and you're like, oh, that's right, he can build those. That's like a unit that Protoss can build. You just don't think about it. And Cure, he was so passive that game. He didn't have any drops going. He wasn't even sending like Liberators out to try to get some probe damage. Nothing. He was just like, I'm ahead. That's cool. Just stay ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I think we were both a little bit surprised that Cure was so passive, right? Like, after a really strong start, Cure, he had a phenomenal start to the game. He was strictly ahead, as you mentioned, and he was just chilling. I guess he was expecting an all-in. Like, he was expecting Nightmare to push into him, and when he never did, Cure just kind of found himself in a really awkward position, and yeah, just maybe a little bit overconfident out of Cure.
Yeah, it did kind of feel that way, and I love that Nightmare ends up being able to pull that off. It shows you just how strong the carriers can be when they're not directly countered by the opponent player. I mean, he had all those Vikings, he had EMPs, he had a bunch of Marines, but you're right, the disruptors just pinned him to a wall, and then there was nowhere to run. That's just a terrifying place to be against disruptors.
It was terrifying, and do we put it on Cure or do we put it on ourselves? Chickenman, mate, there's something about the duck and the chicken that we don't know about yet, but it all aligns and it all just spells Protoss. It's crazy.
EVP is the foulest of matchups.
There you go.
That tracks.
Oh my god. I mean, shout out to Nightmare, right? Like, he was in a really dire position. He found his way out, and he's tying it up. We're going to the ace match.
It's very impressive. Very impressive to see that, especially after the start of that game going so in favor of Cure.
Oh yeah. Really impressive stuff, and we'll see how it all ends here as we get ready for game number 3. And personally, like, I love Cure, and Cure is the favorite player, but I want to continue this narrative of PvP. I like it.
I mean, I feel like Cure versus Hero would be such a great finals. But also, yeah, just casting another PvP finals would really, it would seal the deal. It's 100% our fault.
It's true.
For casting together.
Why do you make it sound like a bad thing? Like, oh no, it's the PvP.
We've ruined it for all the viewers.
Oh god. Take it away, man. Take it away.
All right. Spawning in the upper left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we've got the red Terran player for Team Liquid. It's Cure.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Nightmare.
What a good series this is now. I feel like, we joined forces. You came into this match in game 2, and it immediately got weird.
It did.
I really appreciate that.
I had no idea what was happening. I'll be honest. It was crazy. Remember, like, I don't want to gloss over. Like, it was a great game out of Nightmare. It was like Robo first before expansion, and then Cure was throwing down like he was going 1-1-1 on one base with a bunker. Like, it was like both players were like afraid that both players was gonna be all-inning. Like, it was a weird game. It was crazy.
I think what happened is not only did you not know what was going on, I didn't, and the players didn't either.
Yeah, they didn't.
They really weren't sure.
They had no idea
what was going on. And that just keeps it fresh, Mm-hmm. A lot of times we think these players, they know every little detail about this game and about their opponent, and they practice together, they know each other, and sometimes they're like, what are you doing?
I agree with that sentiment, Chickenman. Cyril, he actually knows nothing. He has no idea what's going on. It's crazy.
You know what? I bet you more often than you think, Cyril gets into a game and he goes, what is he doing? What is happening right now?
Oh my god. As we're settling into the ace match, and Nightmare going for something cheeky here. This is not an all-in, but a cheeky maneuver nonetheless. It's a proxy Stargate.
It is a nice little proxy Stargate. This is before any Nexus too, so gonna be nice and early little Oracle, and yes, dude. This is what we love to see. Nightmare giving us a gold Nexus to start things off.
I have to ask, because you were here. You casted Nightmare earlier against Gumiho and
Yeah.
Oliveira. Was he doing stuff like this? Was he
Extremely standard match.
okay?
Like all those games were fully standard. He had like Phoenix openers. He did some, 4-gate blink. Like it was very standard. I don't remember anything weird.
Okay.
He even macroed against stats in the PvP.
Oh
like
my-
Nightmare's been macro machine today. Until now.
Okay. There's just
And Cure's gonna get
something-
the scout.
Yeah,
This is
something
a nice
good.
little scout for Cure.
Yeah, very nice here. He does check the Zelnaga. He sees the Nexus on the way. At the same time, here comes Yoracle, but Marines are in position. We're still going to get a couple of SCVs, though. Oh.
Ooh. Yep, gets 2 of the SCVs. Those SCVs taking that extra little tick of damage to go down is so annoying here for Nightmare. Well, the Hellions gonna get in. Shield battery is not quite done yet. I think 1 probe went down. Yeah.
One worker went down. It's an okay amount of cannon damage here from Cure, but more importantly, he knows what's happening. Remember that Nightmare, he also knows he got scattered because his probe was killed at the Zelnaga, so everyone knows what's going on. So we'll see how Nightmare recovers from here.
Nightmare made a mistake. He chrono boosted with his gold nexus. He is maynarding those probes halfway across the map to get them to the gold. That, for sure, that was a mistake. I think he chrono boosted his Stargate. So that's like a lot of lost mining. That is a huge dip in the economy for Nightmare. And Cure also is just going to come across and kill this. And I don't think Nightmare can stop that from happening.
I mean, we have a shield battery on the way. We will soon have an overcharge as well. So overcharge, it can be pretty good.
True.
But is it better than the new Cyclone? As it looks like Cure, he wants to try to catch some reinforcements. I love this, actually. Instead of going for the gold, he's going for the main.
Yeah, okay. I don't hate that. Also, Nightmare didn't recall those probes, so he has a recall available.
True.
So that could actually be really useful here for him. But it looks like he's going to be able to spot this. He's got the Oracle there, keeping an eye on things. He knows where this army is. And there's the recall.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
You know what? That mistake, maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe Nightmare, he was like, I want to hold on to this recall.
The big brain moves right now, and it looks like, we do have some lock-ons with those cyclones. We have a shield battery, but it's pretty far back here for Nightmare, so he has to be very careful with how he engages, but he does hold on. He does maintain control of both his gold and his main.
Yeah, and you know what? He's got a couple more gates going down. Blink's about to finish. Nightmare, that's 5 gates of Blink Stalkers. He's got the gold base, so I guess that makes sense. He doesn't have a robo with this, though, so he's gonna have to warp in at some friendly pylons.
Yeah, I mean, he can still make use of the proxy. It's still out there. He does have a robot on the way, and I imagine that's going to be for the Prism, as he did just start it up. But yeah, Nightmare, he's gotten away with this opener so far, and now suddenly Nightmare has map control.
Yeah, I mean, this has gone surprisingly well for Nightmare. I really thought like his gold base got scouted. The Oracle really didn't get anything done. But so far, this has worked out great. I say as 8 Marines are very close to that probe line. And recall is still on cooldown, I believe.
Yeah, recall is still on cooldown, so we can dive into the main base, and this could be disastrous here. You can see that Nightmare, he has map control. He's like scouring the map right now. He sees everything. He does come across the drop. He's now aware.
Oh, that Phoenix scouting it, and actually the lift up from Cure here, unfortunately, turns out to be the wrong choice. He for sure could have gone in earlier on, but sits there too long, waits too long, and misses his opportunity. That's a big miss there for Cure. He doesn't necessarily realize how big of a miss, but it's a bit unfortunate.
I'm telling you, there's something about Nightmare today, and here we go. He picks up a medevac as well. Big pickoff here. There's only 1 medevac with the army. Picks up a couple of these units. Does have a save strap to support this. The drop is looking to come back in, but Nightmare, he wants to commit.
Yeah, I mean, I love this blink play from him right now, and he's got these stalkers out here to try to deal with this drop, or at least keep an eye on it. It's going to make it harder for Cure to get into the base again. But Nightmare doing a great job keeping tabs on everything. And even as this medevac does boost into the main, it's a lot less scary when Nightmare knows about it. He can warp in back at home. It's just 6 Marines now. Charge is not quite done yet, so these slow zealots are going to really do their best against this, but
They will. Big safe strap. Yeah, it does go for the main base. At the same time, looks like we get a mine drop towards the bottom left. 11 probes go down.
Oh, no.
At the same time, the Prism getting ready to dive into the main. Things are getting a little bit chaotic here as Kura's pushing as well.
Yeah, Kura trying to push through the middle of the map. I really like this choice since Nightmare's been so pokey and proddy. Sometimes just straight up attacking into that's the right choice here. And he's going to move right up into the main base. There's no natural here. Super Shield Battery turns on. Kind of an awkward position for Nightmare. He does have those Stalkers on the other side of the map, and he does have that recall available, but it looks like they are walking home. Pylon's getting taken down. Charge is not going to finish, but I think Nightmare can still clean this up.
Yeah.
However, 14 SCVs going, or probes going down is so painful.
And here come the reinforcements. We see Kura just sending them towards the bottom left-hand corner of the map as well. Kura is looking to pull apart his opponent. He will lose that army, as you were saying, but Nightmare, does he have enough to counterattack? That's the big question.
Yeah, and Cure's got a lot of stuff back at home, but Cure also doesn't have like a third base up and running just yet. The CC is finished up now, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Nightmare's got enough to push across. He is very committed, it feels like. And is that another drop in his main base?
Oh my God.
Killing more probes right as he leaves. Probes are pulled to fight against this, but the medevac healing that front marine. Oh no, this is falling apart for Nightmare.
Yeah.
Cure just picking him apart. He's going to go for the counterattack. It's all he can really do. There's just too many Marauders, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're all in at this point, but there are just so many Marauders. A couple of Marines as well. The medevacs do sustain ourselves as 14 probes have gone down. With the overcharge, we should eventually clean this up. But Nightmare, we have to commit. The problem is that there's just too much here for Cure.
Yeah, I don't see how Nightmare can break this. He's down at just over a half of the army supply of his opponent. He's on 21 workers. He's blink microing his heart out, but the Stim Marauders just make that seem impossible. And those two Marines are still alive in that base. Finally, they will get taken out, but every single probe in the main is dead. They're all gone.
Every single worker. GG gets called, and Cure will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals.
Dang it. I was really hoping.
I mean, things are going surprisingly well for Nightmare here. You know, we thought things were disastrous when he got scouted, but Nightmare defended beautifully. But as we saw, things got really chaotic, and yeah, Kira was just so active, so aggressive, and Nightmare had a really hard time like defending both bases at once. Yeah, he really did. Cure turning on the Cure juice. Oh.
And attacking everywhere as he's wont to do. Great multitasking. And he will be moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, he will advance on to the grand finals, where Hero has been patiently waiting for him.
Yeah, Hero taking out Beyond, Dark and Beyond earlier on in the bracket.
Yeah, Hero had a really interesting series. We were lucky enough to cast Hero versus Beyond and Dark, and Beyond did the same build 3 games in a row. He went for it was Rax expand into a reactor, no scout by the way, into a 3 racks, every single game. Game 1, 2, and 3. And each game Hero had a different response, different reaction, and Hero had his way with Beyond. It was impressive, very impressive.
I love when there's just like it turns into a practice match.
Yeah.
Where they're just doing the same build and like trying to test out different things, see if it works. I feel like Beyond does that a lot. I feel like I've cast a lot of Beyond games where, best of 3, and he just like does the same thing every game. He's just practicing. He's learning. Yeah,
I mean, I think he does actually use these weeklies to like refine his builds. Like we saw that at the start of the year with his 2 Rex Reaper builds that he eventually popularized, right? And then everyone did for quite some time. And yeah, it's really cool to see Beyond like kind of experiment a little bit. But you know, Hero did have his way with him in a stylistic fashion as well. It was in the Ace match where it was the same build, and he went for a Robo first, which makes sense against a 3 racks if you knew it was coming. Robo first into Robotics Bay, not into Colossus, into Disruptor. He opened Disruptor drop against Beyond. It was crazy. I was like, mate, if he misses with this Nova, he's gonna die. He did not miss. He did not miss.
Sometimes it comes down to one good Nova connection, and that's all you need. Who needs anything else?
Who needs it? But how you been, Chickenman? How you been? Again, it's been a while since we've casted together. You had a DreamHack Atlanta in between. Like, how was it?
Yeah. Oh, that was lovely. That was just, it's so great to get to see everybody. And yeah, it was awesome.
Do you have any...
Been good. We had some holidays in between there too.
True. Did you have any stories from DreamHack Atlanta? Do you have any... What happened?
I do have stories from DreamHack Atlanta. See, I'll try to think which ones I can tell you on stream. You know?
Oh god.
Which ones I have to save for the for the private chats. No, just lots of partying too much and drinking too much and staying up too late.
Beautiful.
Every single night. There was like the one night too before the Stormgate tournament. This happens every single event. Is Saturday night going too hard and then trying to wake up at like 9 o'clock on Sunday for whatever the morning event is.
Yeah.
And then you're there all day Sunday. StarCraft was going until 8:30 at night. And then you stay up all night partying on Sunday because you're not gonna not go out and hang out with Clem after he just won. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I was gonna say that's gonna be like the worst thing, like the fact that because the event is going on and it's literally all day, if you party beforehand, like day 1 or day 2, like you're gonna be wrecked for the final game. But like, how do you not? You know, like everyone's there, like the vibe. You know, you got to be a part of it. You gotta go hard.
You absolutely have to.
Copium. So getting into the grand finals here and sporting in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Korean Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Cure.
And he's taking on another Protoss player in the lower right-hand corner who's already proxying a pylon and getting things nice and spicy for us. It's Dragon Kitesy Gaming's a hero. Oh yeah, you'll love to see it. All right. A nice little gateway going on here. Hero gonna get a little aggressive, get a little cheeky, see if you can catch Cure off guard.
Yeah, exactly. So a nice way to really punish, especially an economic opener. Speaking of, Cure is going for a Rax Expand, not a double gas opener, so Cure will have that much less to deal with this, and we'll see if Hero can make some magic happen. We'll see if he can get some economic damage and maybe even delay the CC or disrupt the economy of Cure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny, in the last series, Cure, I feel like he expanded on the high ground every single game. And now here we're seeing good old Reaper expand, low ground CC, and Hero's going to take advantage of it. For sure, this should at least delay the CC, but I mean, there's definitely a world where he can force a cancel on it, which is, I think, Hero's real goal here.
Yeah, it should be the goal for Hero, and I mean, he's moving out with his first Stealth. We do have a Stalker soon to be on the way. Cure, he scouts!
Ooh, the scout. Yeah, it's a good scout. There is a bunker being built already. SCVs are out here as Cure was very suspicious. Found that he's going to try to bop that Stalker in here. Needs to get that bunker finished. That bunker is so crucial.
Yeah, the bunker is on the way. The boys are being pulled as well. The Zelt has arrived. We're going to be able to focus on some of these Marines. It looks like one, it looks like two of them are going to be going down before the bunker does finish.
Oh, the surround.
The surround.
Beautifully done there.
Yeah, the surround on the Stalker. It is going to be shut down in the bunker. It finishes.
Yeah, bunker finishes, CC finishes. Hero can obviously still put some pressure on here. The one Marine and one Reaper in that bunker, not the scariest thing in the world to just walk by, but there is a Cyclone on the way, and that is the most terrifying thing any Protoss has ever seen.
Oh yeah, Protoss that made Zerg.
Oh yeah,
it's terrifying for all of us, man. Even Terrans.
There's not even a Zerg in the round of 4 of this tournament. It's probably the Cyclone's fault, honestly.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. As we are going to be just positioning ourselves in between the bases. The Cyclone has arrived. Good target firing here on the Stalker. The Stalker does fall, and now we only have Adepts left.
Yeah, Cure's going to be able to push this away. He knows where that proxy is. He should be able to take that out relatively soon after. A couple SCVs are going to fall. A couple of Marines are going to fall. But the trades overall very much in Cure's favor. And that CC, It's up. It's running.
Oh, yeah.
It's going.
It is up. It's standing tall here. So Kira, he does come out ahead. He's up in workers. He has his mules, of course. Hero just now getting his natural base up and running. This opener from Hero had to achieve a little bit more. And to be fair, it's not over. That's a lot of adepts. We have a lot of adepts here, and we can still shade into the main. We can try to focus down the SCVs or even that Cyclone.
Yeah, I mean, he could try to get on top of the cycle, and the Widow Mine going to help zone a little bit. But at the very least, this is causing a lot of lost mining time.
Mm-hmm.
Should be able to get an SCV or two. We'll see if Hero just dips on out, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Gets 2 kills, gets out of there, doesn't lose anything.
Yeah, pretty nice follow-up here, and again, very necessary. You can see here he's slowly catching up in the worker count thanks to all that mining time, as the Cyclone does dance with the adepts.
Yeah, I love this little micro there from Cure. The adepts, though, they're very threatening. That is a lot of adepts.
Yeah, that is going to be 6 adepts in total. Behind this, we have a Twilight Council opener. This should be for Blink, but we'll see if Hero does take us in a different direction. As the game goes on, though, you can see that Cure, he's just heavily fortifying himself here on 2 bases, already working on his tank count.
Yeah, getting those tanks up is going to be super important. Prism coming out to try to keep that harass going, but we don't have any... There's no upgrades on the way just yet. The Twilight Council is done, and it's very successfully sitting there. It's looking pretty. You know, it's a pretty looking building. And it might research something at some point. There it goes. Just taking a little bit of time.
Hey, don't tell them.
But it's going to be a while before...
what to do, okay?
That's true. You know what? It can do whatever it wants. It can counsel that Twilight all day if it wants to.
Can. It can even make a Dark Shrine, right?
It could. That would actually be the coolest thing it could do, honestly. The best upgrade the Twilight Council can make is actually building a Dark Shrine and getting Shadow Stride.
True.
So
there you go. As the Reaper does slip into the main base, we get a full scout. We do get eyes on the Twilight Council. We see it researching. The Reaper goes down, and we do manage to throw down the Bay. Already going to be taking towards Colossus. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Colossi and then Disruptors. It's a good combination. As the 4 adepts sneak in here in the Prism. Hero just trying to get some harassment. He wants to keep Cure focused on his side of the map, delay any push-outs if he can. He's got a lot of tech going right now, but not like a ton of units. So he wants to buy some time, get those Colossi out. They take a while.
Yeah, they do. And so far, as you mentioned, Hero's doing a great job of containing his opponent. Speaking of DTs, Kira is just a little bit paranoid. We have a turret on the way just in case the Invisible Man does arrive. And he is working on his 3rd CC. It was delayed for a moment, and that also is a tell. At least Hero knows it's not going to be a 2-base all-in. He knows that Kira is trying to expand. Yeah,
good scout there for Hero. He knows relatively what he's up against. I mean, Kira's not doing anything tricky or cheeky at all. And neither is Hero, really. I mean, this is pretty standard play from Hero. I think it's just that Cure doesn't necessarily know exactly what he's up against. He saw that Twilight Council, but he hasn't seen the 3rd. He is going to see a lot of dead probes, though.
Oh my god, that's a lot of workers. 6 probes are going to be going down. At the same time, we have that Widowmine drop getting poised to go into the main as well. For now, it does hold back, though, but 6 worker kills for energy is beautiful because the Raven does survive.
Yep, can come back in another day. There's no Stargate to take care of that, so...
Yeah, exactly. As we're going to be trying to fortify ourselves, we have Cure going to be sneaking out with a double drop as well. Hero, he's trying to contain his opponent with these Stalkers, but he does miss that drop, looking to actually join up with that Widowmine.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there for Hero. He's got some decent vision around the base, but Cure able to sneak out with that drop. Might be able to get some good damage on the other side of the map. Widowmine's going to go in first and check things out.
Yeah, doesn't get any hits off yet here, as the Hero is going to be able to react it beautifully. He does pull back. 1 probe goes down, but we do shut down that mine. And that is +1 air attack? Oh my god.
Oh, okay. All right, Hero. Let's go, dude. There's that Stargate.
I was so confused when I saw +1. I was like, wait, what? What's happening right now? Okay, I guess we're going into Phoenix production. At the same time, here comes the triple jump into the main.
Well, that's going to force a recall out of Hero. He wants to get those units back in, but those Colossi are so exposed. 1 gets targeted down, the 2nd one taking some damage. but it will stay alive. And the drop gets picked up. At least some of those units going to get back to the corner. 7 probes going down, but recalling the Colossi like that is such a scary thing.
Yeah, exactly. And now we can see Curious pushing right through the center of the map. I didn't even saw, but here
I think he killed a lot of stalkers over there.
Yeah, he caught the stalkers as well. Hero, he actually miscontrolled. He was trying to lift up the Colossus, but he lifted up a probe, which meant that there was no room for in the prism for the Colossus.
Oh no!
Yeah, so a bit of miscontrol there. Out of Hero did miss the Colossus in the end, and Cure has now gained map control. He's getting a 4cc behind this. Third base is up and running here for Cure. Meanwhile, Hero. Wait, has he been scouted? Looking at the vision here, Cure, he did see the Stargate in production, but I wonder if he did click on it. I wonder if it even matters. I'm dead.
No, I mean, he sees the Phoenix, right? And this is like a great reason to build a Stargate at this stage of the game to help deal with drops in the corner. And I didn't even realize there's like a weird spot that a Liberator can siege up on a 4th base on this map that stalkers can't hit. So I feel like Hero's making it look like no. I just wanted a Phoenix. You know, I just wanted some like anti-drop stuff. When really there's a fleet beacon and a second Stargate on the way that Cure doesn't know about. But right now, Hero needs to focus on this attack because Cure's got a lot of stuff. Nice anti-armor missile, trying to put some pressure on.
Do you think that Hero was watching Nightmare series? Because mate, we're rushing towards carriers and we're on Oceanborn once again.
What else would he be doing? You know, he was chilling. His match was over.
Yeah.
He's probably popped on one of our streams, you know? Chuck on a cheeky Wardy stream, see what's going on.
He was listening to us talk about he was listening to the DreamHack story, you know, he was
Beautiful. He was like he was kind of sick of DreamHack. I didn't get to party with Hero, unfortunately. Too bad. Maybe a DreamHack Dallas, you know?
True. There you go. But yeah, I mean, there we go. Carriers, they're on the way. Carriers are in production.
And you know what? It's 2 carriers at a time. He was listening to that too. He was like, 1 is terrible.
It is.
I need to make 2 at a time.
There you go. There you go. Hero, avid foul supporter. Clearly. As Kira is being active, bear that in mind as well, that he is being a little bit more aggressive compared to what he was doing against Nightmare, but he's still here on his own side of the map. But this is still a terrifying army. That's a lot of ghosts. That's a lot of EMPs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big ol' army. 2-2 starting up for it, so he's ahead 1 upgrade right now. And Cure, I mean, his ability to take fights with this kind of army is, I think, what makes him so good in this matchup.
Oh, and the skin! Wow, the skin does reveal the army. Gets eyes on the carriers as well. Unlike Nightmare, Hero wasn't banking them in the main base, so Kira is now fully aware of what's going on. And now he knows he's on a timer. He knows that he needs to stop this before it can get out of control.
Yeah, and this is a very good scout for Cure. His army is out here. He's got a lot of Vikings already. He's got an anti-armor missile right in the dead center of that army, hitting just about everything. It's a big stim. Now, there is some static defense here, a couple of shield batteries, a cannon even, and there is a disruptor too.
Yeah, but there's only a couple of disruptors, actually. That's something that we're lacking here is support for the Sky Toss. Only 2 disruptors, which can be something the Cure can take advantage of, but for now, he will retreat. He sees the army, he backs off, he respects his defensive position. He's going to be rotating around instead, looking for another angle of attack.
Yeah, he tried to poke his way in there a little bit, but didn't want to overcommit to it. It's a scary thing to do, to fight a Protoss playing defensively with carriers and disruptors. You have to really be sure you can take that fight. So Cure just wants to macro it out a little bit. I mean, it's 4 base to 4 right now. I think he's more than happy to play in a longer macro game against Hero.
Yeah, as he does throw down a couple more starports. We have the fusion going the way. Big EMP here on the Stalkers, but the carrier army does arrive just in time. Good rotation out of Hero, and Cure, he respects it. He backs the hell off. His army is pretty heavily overstimmed, I just realized, so Hero could try to take advantage of that. Hero, he's maxed out.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Looking for a little bit of an engagement here. His +2 attack is done for his ground units. And he's going to blink forward. You're right, that army is already very low. Lots of yellow and orange. Another stim would be super painful. Cure is trying to not stim right now. He has some more medevacs popping out to help heal these guys up, but 3 of those are just completely out of juice.
Yeah, I mean, he's hyper-fixated on Vikings and Liberators right now, so he cannot sustain his ground army. But that's a lot of Vikings. Looking at the unit side, that is 16 Vikings. That will be enough to deal with the Skytoss at least, but we have much more on the way. 2 more Robos, Gateway Explosion, and the Mothership as well.
Ooh, yeah, love me some Mothership. I will say, I know that a lot of Protoss players don't like him, but I wouldn't hate to see some High Templar here as well.
Yeah,
I feel like some High Templar spread through the map for some Storm can be a cheeky thing.
Yeah, especially against a Viking-based army, right? Like, Disruptors are great, they're beautiful, but they don't shoot up. That's the problem here, and Storms can do amazingly when it comes to zoning away those Vikings.
So what I'm hearing is that you want Disruptors to be able to hit air. Yes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Can you imagine a Disruptor Nova against mutas, like a flock of mutas?
Oh my god. Imagine against anything, really. I mean,
against literally anything ever. Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're really good. Disruptors against carriers. Let's go.
Oh my god. Not like this. Not like this. But here we go. Hero's going to be pushing once again, reinforcing as well. It does have the high ground. The Stacked Defense not quite ready yet here for Cure, but again, that's a lot of Vikings. He does zone Hero back.
Yeah, I don't think Hero wants to engage with that quite at the moment. But yeah, I mean, some Storms here against those Vikings would be real nice. As it is, the ground army of Stalkers is going to have to help push those away. But Hero's going to have to be really careful with how he engages against this army.
I mean, with the Gateway Explosion, with 2 more Robos on the way, it looks like maybe Hero's getting ready to, in case he does lose all the carriers, he can switch into a ground-based army instead. And then suddenly all these Vikings aren't as useful. And again, that's what, he has 24 Vikings. Like, at what point is it too much? You know, like, has he overcommitted?
Well, but think about this. You can land the Vikings,
true,
and then they can die to the charge lanes.
There you go. See, the Vikings can land. Why can't Disruptors shoot up, right? That's just balance.
Yeah. You know what? You're absolutely right. Ooh, Hero.
Let's go.
What are we doing, Hero? Okay. All right.
Diving into that. So there it is. Massive recall into the natural base, and Cure is completely out of position.
Yeah, he is running back as fast as he can, but Hero is poised to get a lot of damage done here in the meantime. Oh, that +3 attack. I don't know if that's going to finish up. The Mothership goes down, but it already did its job. Now, can Cure take a good fight here? Hero's a little bit spread out, a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, it's going to pull back. Remember, Hero, he has a recall to get the hell out of there as well. He did deny that eBay. We do have the Ghost Academy that's going to be exposed as well. The Vikings are going to be coming in, and Hero, he needs to get the hell out of here. He can't lose everything.
Yeah, looks like he just wants to fight, but he is absolutely going to lose every single air unit. Without that, it's only a matter of time before these ground units die. There's the recall to try to get the Disruptors out. Like 3 of them escape.
3 Disruptors do escape, and there is that ground toss transition. We have 5 Disruptors being produced at a time. Massive weapon of Stalkers as well. And as the dust does settle, what does Cure have to work with? He's got 1 Ghost. He's got a handful of Marines.
Vikings is what he has to work with.
That's what I mean.
Oh, man. I mean, you kind of called it. It's exactly what you were talking about. Now all those Vikings are, like, pretty much completely useless. Hero's going to start up Shadow Stride and warp in some DTs. He wants to send those in. Now that he cleared the natural, definitely an opportunity for them to find some damage.
Definitely, as Nova's going to be going off, and it will connect with only a Marauder, but we have plenty of Disruptors behind this as well. Hero should be able to hold on. What's important, though, is that we're going into Liberator production, and that is good against Ground Toss. So Cure wisely going to be getting out of Vikings and into something that can support him against the Ground Toss army.
Yeah, and now the Viking count means that Hero can't just, like, bust out a couple of Tempests to deal with this, right? He actually just can't do that. That will not succeed. So he needs to figure out another way to fight against this army of Sky Terran. Whew. I mean, that was a good Nova. It's a good way to start things off. Hero's still down 50 supply, though.
That's a good Nova. We have a DT across the map as well, but as you mentioned, Hero, he is hurting right now. He does not have much of an army to speak of. He doesn't have the best economy either. He needs time to rebuild and to remax.
Yeah, and each time he kills a Liberator, it feels like 2 more show up. There's 3 in production at a time. Liberators, though, a little bit slow to move around here, and that's going to allow the Stalkers and Disruptors to move more freely, clear out some of these turrets in the middle.
Yeah, so far, good trades here from Hero. He's doing what he can to try to hold on, to try to hold the line. He does have a decent economy here, but again, no mining whatsoever towards the bottom left. Doesn't have 80 workers. He rotates around. It looks like he may want to go for the CC. This is not a planetary.
Yeah, that's a nice little vulnerable spot there for Cure. Hero, though, instead starts to fight some of these reinforcements. The Liberators all siege up on top of him.
Oh my god. Yes, so many Liberators. The Freedom is here. The Ghost does go down. But with this many Liberators, we should be able to hold on. But the CC is going to go down.
Yeah, nice catch on the CC. And that's going to hurt Cure's economy. But Cure, on the other side of the map, trying to do some damage as well. Kills the Disruptors, but the cannons and shield batteries just holding on for so long. There's no units left in those medevacs. They just need to run away.
Oh, the one Phoenix.
Gotta go.
Let's go.
This is what he was built for.
He's like, this is my moment. My time to shine.
My time to shine, dude. Look at him go. He's gonna kill 5 medevacs.
Unironically, he's doing it. This
is actually really, really good.
And behind this Tempest production, now, can we actually get into Tempest? As you mentioned, we still have 17 Vikings. Not as many as before, but
15 Liberators. They could just stay in anti-air mode. They'll win that fight.
True. Libs, they shoot up and down. People
yeah,
forget
that's
sometimes.
kind of overpowered.
It's crazy.
Why can units shoot up and down? That's too much. This is that Liberator position, by the way, which, like, Stalkers, I don't think they can quite hit a Liberator if it's positioned well back here. So annoying.
Yeah, but thankfully, the Tempest to deal with that. At the same time, a big recoil here towards the top right. Vikings are lying in wait. Are we going to be able to deal with this as the Tempest? They are not recoiled, and we are going to try and hold on, but here come the Liberators.
Yeah, the Liberators just all siege up when it's just the Stalkers. But the Stalkers are killing the Vikings over here. And this is the power of Hero's army. The Liberators need to be together. They need to have some bio support. Stalkers can just kind of blink around, you know?
Yeah, they are.
While a lot of damage is being done to Hero's base, Cure doesn't have, I mean, he still has that base on the left side. I don't know how that's still alive.
Here are the surround on these Liberators. He dealt with all the Vikings earlier. The
in on the
Tempest are going ham,
backside.
and here he's going to clean this up.
Yeah, he's going to clean up absolutely all of this. Some more Vikings coming in to try to poke and prod at this, but Hero is taking the supply lead. It's been a long time since that's happened.
Yeah, he does have the supply lead. The Tempest is going ham. There are 0 Vikings left. The Viking count. There's 1 Viking remaining here for Cure. Again, he was pulled apart. Hero, with his multitasking, able to make the Tempest transition work.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully handled by Hero. He took advantage of the mobility that his army had, and that Cure's was kind of lacking with that heavy Liberator Viking composition. Stalkers killing the landed Vikings, and now it's going to take down this base, force these orbitals away, but Cure's on the other side of the map. There's no recall anymore for a while, so we're trading bases for bases here.
Yeah, remember the Hero, he didn't have any mining here, so only 4 probes go down. Meanwhile, Cure loses 15 SCVs, 3 orbitals as well, and Hero, he still has some mining going on. Cure even getting supply blocked. He can't make anything.
Oh man. See, that's the problem with counting on your orbitals to give you supply. When your orbitals all die, you get supply blocked.
Why can't orbitals burrow? Why can't they, like, tunnel under just like depots, you know? Like, they should.
Oh, that's it. That's the buff Terran needs to win a tournament.
Again. As here we go. We have Hero going to be rotating over towards left-hand side. We now have a planetary, but it's so exposed. This base is going to be going down. And Cure, he has to come in. He has to force a fight.
Yeah, and these Liberators trying to siege up. They are going to get a couple sieged up. But oh my god, this bio from the backside. Surprising Hero. Disruptor's not getting the best connections. Can the Colossi stand tall? The answer is no. Cure is going to push through and take a fantastic fight, cleaning up Hero's whole army.
The surround was real. As you mentioned, Hero did not see that coming. He lost everything. Hero had so much momentum. He had killed so many bases. He was doing so well, but the surround was what Cure needed. And now suddenly Cure is looking to take this. He is far ahead in supply. As I say that, Hero, he does dive in.
Yeah, static defense is pretty good. There's a lot of medevacs to heal here, though, and a few more Vikings pop to take care of that Colossus. They don't have anything else to shoot anymore. Cure is continuing to push in. He's up 40 army supply. Hero just doesn't have the reinforcements ready to deal with this, and that is going to be GG.
GG, well played. A roller coaster ride of emotions there. Initially, Kira doing well, then Hero, back and forth. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought Hero had it. When he killed that base, it really looked like he had that game. I don't know what Cure was going to do. It turns out the answer was kill the entire army and then run across the map with what you have left. Because there was like no economy behind that for Cure. Yeah. He had maybe 1.5 mining bases.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't have much behind that. But one really good army fight is all it takes sometimes.
Yeah, the surround was beautiful there from Cure. In a head-to-head fight, I don't think Cure had enough to actually break through, especially because of all those disruptors. But again, Hero, he was caught with his pants down, and Cure takes a 1-0 lead. But that was only game 1. And mate, this is the best of 5.
It certainly is. And if game 1 was that close, I feel like this is going to not be a 3-0.
I hope not. I hope not. I want to go the distance. I want to get as much as I can, as much as we can, out of this series as we get ready for game 2. Going to be on hard lead.
Yes, the hardest of lead.
Or hard lead.
Hard lead could be. Hard lead. Perhaps.
Take it away.
All right. Spawning. The lower right-hand corner of hard lead. It is Team Liquid's Cure. Up 1-0 in this match already.
Ah, I didn't know this was a European cast. I didn't. Let's go.
It's turned slightly Irish. I apologize.
I'd forgotten that Ireland is in Texas, right? Is that?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
I don't know if you knew this. The whole world is in Texas.
Yeah.
You're in Texas right now.
I am. Confirmed. And spawning in the top right corner of Hardland, we have the red Protoss player representing Dragon Z Gaming down in this series. But boy, did he make a game out of game 1. It is Hero.
Yeah, what an entertaining game that was. And where's this probe going?
Yeah.
Oh, is he just checking?
Yeah.
He's just looking?
Yeah. It's just scouting. So good.
I don't trust him anymore. We've had too many proxies.
It's true.
Cheeky gold nexuses. I'm like, what's Hero doing?
Yeah, how dare you, Scout? What are you doing? You're meant to be proxying, not checking for a proxy. What's going on? Good. Hero. Does he know who he is?
Yeah, this is Hero. It should be 1 base all-ins, followed by 1 base all-ins.
Exactly. And yeah, that last game was beautiful. Again, there were just so many twists and there were so many like layers and like facets to that game, and it really could have gone either way. And I do hope that we can go the distance here, that we can get it back and forth. But we'll see. We'll see how things differ here on Hardlet. Of course, a much smaller map compared to Oceanborn, I should say, much shorter rush distance.
Yeah, I think this game will feel a bit different. But there was a lot of pressure from Hero at the start of that last game.
Yeah.
And Cure kind of turned that around and made it his own pressure afterwards. And we'll see how aggressive these players are feeling in this game. Oh, putting down the pylon.
Okay.
What is that? What is that pylon for?
I don't think Hero knows. I mean, the pylon, it's going to be scouting the next unit coming out. We should cancel. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So what? What was that for, Hero?
Look, he just
like to keep an eye on that Marine, make sure that Marine was still shooting bullets.
Exactly.
He's trying to make the Marine run out of bullets.
True. I was thinking the same thing. It makes sense, right? Make him run out.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe that should be a mechanic in the game.
Where we have ammo.
Yeah, you have like limited ammunition. You run out unless you go to the supply depot.
Oh, true.
It's a supply depot.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Who made this game? That just makes sense because you resupply.
Yeah. I love this. This is a great call.
So really, what you're saying is that 0 year Zero space. That's it.
Zero space.
They should get in contact with you, clearly. Like, you know what you're talking about. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to message Katz after this and tell him he needs to put that in zero space.
Yeah, tell him what to do.
Yeah, I will. I will. He'll definitely listen to me.
Oh, God. That's we have our Orc with the main base. Getting a couple of SCV kills here. Not too bad at the same time. Adept's going to be threatening that natural base. Ooh, Cure pulled apart a little bit here. Workers are going to be going down.
Ooh. Yeah, this is nice here. Hero finding some damage. Those Marines just resting over there. They're conserving their ammunition instead of fighting these Adepts. But a couple of them might fall as well. 7 probes or SCVs going down in total.
Yeah.
Some good damage for Hero.
Very nicely done here, bearing in mind as well that the Adepts are still alive. They can still threaten a Shade. Phoenixes, of course, are amassing back at home. It was a Stargate opener. We glossed over it, but Stargate opener out of Hero, going for a third base, and he is amassing those Phoenixes.
Yeah, I love Phoenix openers against Terran. I just enjoy them. I think they're kind of technical. They're a little more interesting than Blink openers usually are.
Ooh. Are you calling Max Packs out right now?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Maybe make some units other than Blink Stalkers against Terran. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, Max Packs. What are you doing? Oh my God. I agree. It is a little fun. As you mentioned, like, there's a lot of finesse here. Yeah, to give credit to Max Packs, he hasn't been. I haven't seen him 4-gate Blink in a while. Like, he has been, diversifying his style as well. And
yeah, and I mean, to be fair, when you're up against Clem, you just do the best strategy that works, and then just keep doing that one because it's Clem. There's only like 2 strategies, so
that's true.
But yeah, I enjoy the Phoenix openers. I think they're really strong against harassment-based openers, and Cure did do some. I think it was the first game against Nightmare. He was like really harassment-focused, and that kind of stuff just doesn't play well with Phoenixes, right? You try to Widow Mine drop or like get the Raven for an auto turret. It just doesn't work, right? They're just kind of non-options for Cure. And eliminating options for your opponent can put them in a tough spot. It can make the game a lot easier for you when you know, okay, well now instead of 20 things, they can only do like 6. And I just got to figure out which one of the 6 they're doing.
Yeah, it's a it's a very safe way to play here, a great way to gain map control and to contain the opponent's 2 bases, which is what Hero's looking to do. He's now pulling the trigger with these pieces. He's been backing them up this entire time. He did just scout, and he also saw the 3rd CC, so he knows that, again, Kira isn't going for an all-in, and we'll see what these Phoenixes can get done, if they can pick off a couple of workers or even a couple of units. Oh, as the mine shot doesn't go off.
Ooh. Good pullback from Hero. 6 Phoenixes is, I feel like, kind of a lot. I feel like I usually see like a 4 Phoenix opener these days. So kind of fun seeing Hero go up to 6. Sometimes once the Colossi come out, which is not where we're headed in this particular game, but we see the Phoenix count go up again to like 9 or 10 to deal with the Vikings. But that was a Templar Archives out of Hero. And I, for some reason, don't think he's going to get Storm. I feel like this is for Archons.
Yeah, I mean, he has charge behind this.
I tried to make a call and it whiffed on this one.
It's fine, but don't worry, it's fine. Don't worry, he won't use it. As we do have charge already done, so it's going to be charge lots, not Colossus, alongside these Phoenixes, and we're doing a great job of just slowing down the push. Zealot's getting ready for a big backstab as well in case Cure does commit to a move out. And as you mentioned, we have Storm as a splash damage of choice instead of Disruptors or Colossus.
Yeah, and I mean, I do love Storm. I'm happy to see Hero going for some Storm after last game skipping it completely. The Phoenixes finally find a way in here. Gonna pick off some SCVs, a couple of Marines, and then sneak out of there.
Yeah, they're gonna get even more done here. I was sure that at least 1 Phoenix would go down, but that's gonna be 6 SCV kills already, a couple of Marines, and they do manage to escape. At the same time, we still have those Zealots lying in wait to pull the trigger. We're just waiting for Cure to move out.
Yeah, I love that from Hero, setting that up. He had that proxy gate too, which didn't really come to fruition, but the Zealots just ready to go, just waiting, biding their time until the opportune moment.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of, the main army has been spotted, and that may be soon the trigger point here for Hero as Cure is committing. We do have the disable, we do have interference matrix research for Cure as well, and this is a pretty hefty army here with Stim, combat shields, and +1.
Yeah, this is a big army out of Cure, but I don't think he's going to be ready for Storm. And there it goes, just starts landing immediately. He drops a bunch of auto turrets because he gets caught so completely off guard. Ooh, the bad weather's coming in. The High Templar do get taken down. That Archon doesn't last very long. But I think that's going to be enough to push Cure back for now.
Yeah, pretty good storms overall. We do have those Zealots coming back in actually to collapse on this army, but they're going to get wasted. Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, that did not work super well, but the storms are coming back in from that prism. I think those were the last storms. There might be one more on this High Templar up to the north side. Is there one?
It looks
Phoenix is lifting. I guess the answer is no, but there is one. Hero's just saving it, just in case.
Yeah, it's the ammo thing, you know. You can't waste the storm.
That's right. Yeah, of course.
Good. As we do shut down the army. Right, like why do
say stupid things?
I'm glad you stopped yourself. That's
sometimes it's for the best.
Yeah.
Hero deciding he can keep on pushing here. He's floating a lot of money right now, so I wouldn't hate to see him warp in some stuff.
I kind of want to know what you were gonna say.
It wasn't even funny. That's why I stopped.
Okay.
I don't even remember what it is because it was just not going to be funny.
Fair enough. As the storm's once again going to be connecting.
Storm. See, it's a good thing he saved that one.
Yeah.
Because he had it there. Okay. Ghosts have come out for Cure, though, so now Hero's got to pull back and worry a little bit about that. But he's got double Colossus production behind this, so now he holds off that attack from Cure. His fourth base is up and running to the top right side. And I think Hero's in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to trade more efficiently, shut down the army, able to reset, I believe, the Raven count as well, and Cure, he is going to be stuck at home for the time being. Hero has so much map control. That's what's important here, right? He's got his fourth base fully operational. He can take a fifth base behind this as well, and Hero, he's chilling.
Yeah, I mean, it's really Cure that's got to figure out what to do here if he wants to try to, I don't know, play the game out and get up to maxed again. Or if he wants to try to go for some drops. I mean, he's behind pretty substantially. This is 30 supply right now. And we see Cure, who's been really on it with the upgrades. He is super far behind in upgrades this game. His +1 armor is just starting. His second eBay and armory are on the way. Meanwhile, Hero's on 2-1. He's got 3-2 in production.
Oh my god, yeah, the upgrades are insane for Hero, and it just goes to show how committed Cure was as well with that push. It was on 3 bases, but again, as you mentioned, like, he wasn't really thinking further ahead. Meanwhile, the doubled prism drop into the main. One prism goes down, but the other makes it in.
Wow, that's a huge investment for 4 Zealots to get into that base, but I mean, if it works, it works. That is hilarious. The double prism, you don't see that every day.
I mean, hey, we get 4 SCVs, we drag away some of the army, and here we go, Hero pushing right through the center as well. Cure has spotted this, he does scan, he does have a couple of mines set up as well, but there are so many storms behind this here. Hero has a lot of potential, he can push in.
Yeah, he's gonna have to watch those EMPs. Cure peppering down a lot on the front lines, but those High Templar in the back stay pretty safe. At least for the time being. There's 6 High Templar around. The prisms did just go down, though, so there's no prism here to hold those High Templar. Been unfortunate for Hero.
So no prism to juggle either to reinforce, so can we really commit here? The EMP did miss for a moment there, High Templar. Oh, the mine! Doesn't connect.
Baits him with the blink. And Hero, he's just trying to find value here. Oh, the Widow Mine does finally get the kill. And he is going to push in. He moves in on one side, sending the Nova to the other side, zoning Cure away from his own third base. Oh, the second Disruptor is going to get jumped on, though. The Colossi are going to be the only splash damage left as these EMPs are landing. And I don't think there's any storms left. I lied. There was another storm left. And Hero gets through, kills 10 SCVs, a bunch of the army, and gets out of there.
Yeah, he does get out of there, but he wants some more here as he does rotate back around, but he should respect this army without storms, without any additional splash damage, and Hero has to take a moment to breathe here. Behind this, the 5th base is getting up and running. We're working on shield weapons. Disruptors are on the way. As you mentioned, that was a little bit haphazard of an attack. Hero did lose 3 disruptors in the midst of all of it without getting a single Nova off, but now we're recovering, and Hero is remaxed.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all still very good for Hero. He's keeping Cure back. Cure does have his 4th base set up, but Hero's up 20 workers, and he's going to push right back in. Now, he didn't wait for any of that extra splash damage. But I guess one extra disruptor is good enough, and maybe he doesn't need it at all. He's got that huge upgrade lead. The Vikings land, and they get blown up. It turns out disruptors can hit air units, and Hero is going to tie this series up 1-1.
GG, well played. Hero fighting back hard here in game number 2, popping off with that Storm style, with the Phoenixes, of course, as well, and yeah, looking damn good here. Happy to see that it's not going to be a 3-0. It is going to be a back and forth.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what you expect looking at this in the finals. But yeah, always happy to see it. Always happy to see a little bit of a back and forth match, a hard fought one.
Ooh. Oh yeah, it always is between these two, and we can maybe go the distance here. Game number 3 has been chosen. Game 3 going to be on Golden Aura here for our third map.
Yeah, okay, all right. A little Golden Aura action.
Now, if
I feel like this map is so big, but sometimes it feels small. Because like a huge portion of the map just never gets really touched by anything.
It's very true. It's very true. You know, we don't talk about top right. But do we talk about bottom left? That's the question. If Hero was watching the last series, he might have some ideas.
I mean, it didn't really work out, so
I didn't say that would be good ideas.
Maybe not. But we shall see. As his opponent just won a nice little game on this map earlier on in the last series. See if he can do it again. In the lower right-hand corner of Golden Aura, it is Team Liquid's Cure.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Hero.
Well, nope. No proxies so far.
Was it
no
related
probes
to like
getting sent out on the map?
To like the ammunition? Was it?
Oh, I was gonna say I was like trying to figure out something to say about pylons.
Pylons?
Having ammunition stored in them.
Oh.
Because the High Templar, we were talking about them needing storm ammunition.
Yeah. Oh.
And I was gonna say like, but they can't go back to pylons because that's not a supply depot. And then I was like, that's none of that makes any sense. Like even within the world of our joke, does that just like doesn't work.
I understand the logic. I understand.
It is 4:30 in the morning. Okay. I'm doing my best here.
I understand I can see the path that you took to arrive there. I can see it. You know, I'm not gonna walk down it, but I see you. I see you, Chickenman. I see you.
Yeah, the brain's just not working fast enough to like realize that isn't funny and then say something else. So I just stopped talking. Oh god, it's fine. It's fine, Poppy. It's good. It's good. We're all good. You know what though? I realized it's actually the shield batteries that give ammunition back to the Protoss.
Okay.
So that's how that mechanic works for Protoss. You need to build the shield batteries.
There you go.
Because the pylons are busy powering the buildings, they can't also give ammunition.
Right.
Obviously.
That would be stupid.
That would be so dumb.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Cats would come up with
shield
that
batteries.
idea.
Oh my god, yeah. For sure.
Oh god.
Classic Paolo idea, for sure.
Hi. I was gonna say, would that work with Zerg? Where because Zerg obviously they don't have weapons, but like they if you watch Carbo, like they spit and vomit and all that stuff. Do
Sure,
like overlords like juice them up? Is that how that works?
They need to eat. So this idea was actually in the beta for StarCraft 2, but it's only now applicable to the Vipers. So basically, they need to consume parts of buildings,
right,
in order to be able to spit things out.
Yeah. That just makes sense.
They keep all their like spikes in their cheek pouches that they bite off of the buildings.
In their cheeks.
Yeah, like they're like little chipmunks, you know?
Yeah. Like squirrels.
Yeah, exactly. Makes sense.
We have a game of StarCraft.
Yeah, well, there's like stuff happening in this game too. Hero's gonna go for a nice big 4-gate blink.
Yeah. Here we go. I mean, to be fair, there was nothing going on in the early game, right? It was like, look, they were just getting into their builds, into the openers. Hero, as you mentioned, is going 4-gate blink. Cure, looking at his vision, he did see some of the gateways, so he can piece together some aggression here. And back at home, yeah, he's going to be preparing here. We have 3-1-1 set up here, and bunkers are on the way. Yeah, he's aware of the potential of Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, I think he's got a good idea of what's coming. He's going to get some amount of confirmation with this Widow Mine Drop as well to see what's going on. Ooh, but the Mine Drop's getting scouted.
Yeah, observers in position, Stalkers likewise as well to shut down this medevac already. It's going to be forced back, but at the same time, we do have a Widow Mine waddling into the natural.
Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. He's walking in there. Hero's not watching. The last second probe pull, Hero. Too good, and he gets the kill, gets the confirmed kill, and now the drop in the main. It's not happening. It's not happening. Hero with the perfect defense so far.
Yeah, good reactions he had a Hero. For a moment there, I was concerned as well at the natural base, but here he defends beautifully. He shuts this down. At least Cure is now aware of what's going on, though. He's aware of how aggressive and committed this is going to be. As I say that, that's going to be 2 gateways to the natural, 1 gateway here in the main. It was 3-gate blink. I could have sworn I also saw a 4th gateway, by the way.
There was definitely a 4th gate. He must have canceled it.
Okay.
But he did take a 3rd base, so that's just up and running now. Hero decided just not to commit to the 4-gate, canceled one, built a Nexus instead. And that's absolutely the right call here, because now Cure, I mean, he doesn't have a 3rd CC. He's pretty committed on this 2 base right now. He built a bunker in the main base even.
Yeah. Like, honestly, this is really cool out of Hero. Like, as you mentioned, the mind games are real. Hero, he gets away with a 3rd. It's fully operational. Cure has no idea that the 3rd base is up and running because, again, he also saw how aggressive his opponent was being. And Hero, he's running away with this. But at the same time, Cure does have a pretty formidable army. So can Hero survive? Can he actually get away with that 3rd?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hero needs to buy a little bit of time. He's got 5 gates and charge on the way. I don't think that +1 will necessarily come into play, although it's about the same timing as Cure's +1. If Hero can get like 1 or 2 warp ins of charge lots, I think he's chilling.
Yeah, that's all he does need as Cure is pushing out. We do see Hero getting ready for his own counterattack as well, getting ready with his charge thoughts. He also has eyes on the main army. We have a shield battery, we have force field on top of the ramp. Yeah, we should be fine here for Hero.
Yeah, I really like Hero's position right now. Is that a warp prism going into the main base as well? Oh, look at that bad boy go. He's just going to keep Cure back. He's going to keep him staying at home as long as possible. Cure does have a 3rd base on the way now, but it feels pretty far away considering Heroes has been done for so long.
Yeah, it is a delayed 3rd base here from Cure. We'll see if he can stabilize here and get it up and running. Meanwhile, Hero has full map control. He's actually moving out with the rest of his army as well, with Chargos and with Immortals. He has to be careful not to come in a little bit too prematurely, though. Doesn't want to throw these ults away.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a strong army from Cure. Hero definitely has to be a little bit careful. I think he's just trying to pull Cure out of position and see if he can find a way in, find a way to sneak some damage here. With those force fields, he could get something done here. This base is not done yet. Cure needs to get on top of this.
He does. Can we force a cancel on the Nexus? We do dive on top of the army. You do get a really good concave, but there's the cancel.
Yeah, there's the cancel, and Hero losing a lot of stuff here, but the Warp Prism comes in from the back. It does not get the Warp in off. Does Hero have enough to push this into the natural? Anyways, it looks like he does. He's just going to keep on going. I feel like he's overextending, but Hero, he's doing it anyways. He is overextending, though. Yeah. That was an overextension. He is now down to 26 army supply. He should have a Warp in available, though, since that one was canceled at the Warp Prism. But he's got to get some stuff up right now because Cure, he was just forced to cancel his 3rd base. He is in a dire position, but he has a lot of army.
He does. And as you mentioned, Hero, he comes back and he wants to deny that 3rd base for a second. The boys are being pulled. We're completely late, but no, they pull back.
They were trying to be pulled, and then a bunch of Stalkers showed up. Stalkers blink forward onto the ramp, but this is actually kind of a lot of bio with a couple of medevacs here. And Cure at the same time, he's running into the other side of the map, just fighting this straight up. Super shield battery turns on, but I don't think that's going to be enough here. Gets targeted down. Hero is losing these zealots back at home. Yeah. Colossus, can it get out of there?
The boys are being pulled. The Colossus is going to come out in a couple of seconds. Looks like we barely do have enough to defend the mine shot.
Oh, beautiful mine connection. I mean, if nothing else, Cure's doing a lot of damage to the economy of Hero, but Hero's got a 4th base about to finish. I think Cure needs to do more than that, and it looks like he's not going to be able to with this Colossus out and these units so wounded here for Cure.
Yeah, exactly. Cure, he gets forced back again. Cure is all in completely here behind this. He does have a 3rd CC now finishing up, and he didn't end up pulling the boys just because they were denied. And Hero did lose a lot of probes, actually. 21 workers did go down. Hero, his work count is low, but he's with 4 next side, mate. We can rebuild those workers without too much issue.
Yeah, and also, Hero's got 1-1 finished up now. He invested in that +1 armor, and now is going to be able to pay off. Cure, he didn't go for that +1 armor. He spent all his money on units, so he's going to just be behind in that upgrade for a while. And with the Colossi coming out, Cure's forced to build Vikings, but those medevacs are looking a little shoddy right now.
Yeah, like Cure, he's just not in a good position here. I mean, again, he did not intend for this game to go on any longer, and Hero, he is going to be able to stabilize that much faster. Oh my god, he's even getting in position. Can he shut down the drop? Oh!
Yeah, it's going to go hide in the corner for now. Ooh, another drop, though. There is a cannon here, but 10 probes getting killed. I mean, this is the kind of stuff Cure needs to do. He does have a 3rd base. If he can keep Hero's economy down in the dumps like this for a little bit longer, Cure might be able to make that army supply really work for him. He is ahead in army supply.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Cure is still in this game, and, you know, this Widowmine drop, I mean, there's still 1 Widowmine in the medevac. There's still the drop towards the right-hand side as well. There's still potential to deal even more damage and to cripple the economy of Hero. Likewise, this Colossus looking a little bit exposed.
Yeah, they do have some sentries with them, though, and I feel like that's a scary thing for the bio to try to engage into. Some zealots and stalkers not too far away. They were bait Colossi. The rest of the army was right there, ready to go. And now Hero's actually going to try to push in. This is a bit of a scary thing for Hero, but again, those force fields make this so difficult for Cure to engage against. And that base is getting quite low. Cure has to engage. Vikings are coming out, though. One of the Colossi goes down. The other one to the top side, reinforcing, trying to help out a little bit. The force fields drop. Is this enough for Hero to push through? Cure's going to win this fight again.
Yeah, the force fields were looking good here for Hero, but just barely not enough. It looks like the drops are being cleaned up as well. But even though Hero gets forced back, he did kill 18 SCVs. He has, in a way, dealt with the economy of Cure, but Cure still has his army. He's going for a big counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he has to do. It's the same position he was in earlier, right? Lost a lot of economy. The 3rd base is still alive. Is the 3rd base still alive? Yeah. that was burning down. Okay, he is healing it. That was getting dangerously low. But he's got the bigger army. He's going to move across the map. The shield battery going to get targeted down. Widow mines. Oh, man, that shield battery is still alive. That is doing so much work right now. Finally, it goes down, but that might have been enough for Hero to hold on once again.
Wow.
With the superior economy, just barely holding on.
He does barely hold on here, forcing this back. Bearing in mind, he doesn't have any sentries anymore. No more force fields with this army, so Hero has to be careful. Meanwhile, that Widowmine waddling back in, getting another shot off in the main. Oh.
Good split from Hero. 41 probes have died this game, as have 34 SCVs. So lots of economic damage going down. Neither player in a good economic position. But now it's Cure's turn to hold on. Again, we're just doing this back and forth and back and forth. No economies, super scrappy. We're just going to attack because that's really all we can do.
Yeah, and this could still go either way, to be honest. Like, a good EMP could really pop off. We have 2 Colossi, that's true, but the Vikings are going to be able to get some pot shots in, getting quite a bit of hull damage done to that first Colossus.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get picked up in the prison, dodges a couple of those Viking shots, stays alive a bit longer. The boys are getting pulled again here for Cure. He's feeling desperate. He's trying to hold on. Oh, Ghosts, I hear Ghosts dying, but 2 of the Colossi go down. The 3rd one's starting to take some big damage. Is there enough bio left on the ground to clean up the Stalkers and the reinforcing Zealots that are coming in here?
The Zealots, they come in just in time. They take down the Ghost. The army is overstimmed, and it looks like Hero, he has barely done it. He lost every single Colossus, but he still has an army, and his opponent does not.
Yeah, Hero able to close that one out. That was the third attack where it felt like maybe he was overextending. And he was just like, up bases, you kind of don't need to attack, Hero. And he's like, no, it's okay. I'm going to just completely all in with this attack right now. Gave Kira a chance to fight back into it, but eventually Hero does close it out.
It's one of those things where it happens quite often with Hero. It's like, Hero, mate, you don't have to fight right now. He's like, no. Do you know who I am?
It's actually the most Hero thing he could possibly do.
It's very true.
It's
very
like,
true.
you know what? It might be better for you to like pull back, take a base, just like macro up. And he's like, attack? No, macro. He's like, I got it. I'm going to all in again.
All roads lead to attack, lead to all in, lead to aggression
Yes.
for Hero. That's just how that's just how his mind works. That's how the brain does work here for Hero. And it works sometimes.
I mean, it works more often than it does for any other Protoss who tries that. I think the rest of them are trapped in like high platinum NA. Well, Hero's out here like winning GSLs with it, so.
There you go. It does work. And with that, we're getting to our next game, potentially the final game of the series here, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Terran player. He's up against the wall. He needs to win this game to force the ace match. Representing Team Liquid, it is Kior.
And his opponent in the upper right-hand corner on match point right now. Just needs to win this one to close it out. It is Dragon Kites's a Hero.
So what time is it in Texas right now, where you are?
In my area of Texas, known as Seattle, Washington,
Okay.
it is 4:50 in the morning.
Oh my god. Did you sleep well today?
It
Did you get
is-
some good rest?
I haven't slept yet.
Oh my god.
This tournament started at 1 a.m. my time. There was no sleep.
There was no nap beforehand. There was no.
I usually do nap between work and casting EPT Asia, but I had to work until 7 p.m. So then, like, by the time I finished eating dinner, it was like 8:30 already, and then it's just not enough time for a nap. I got caught up talking to the boys, you know, and it just happens. All of a sudden, it's 11. I'm like, I guess I'll take a shower and cast EPT Asia. Let's go.
I can read between the lines. Clearly, you know, after work, you went out once again, you know, with the DreamHack boys. You went out partying, and you know,
That's
like,
right.
what can you do? You know, when they want to go out, you got to answer.
You gotta go out. Are you gonna look Raynor in the face and say no? When Raynor at 4 o'clock in the morning wants to find a new club to go to, are you gonna tell him no?
No one can stop that man from finding another club. Okay. Greater men than I have tried.
Even the laws in Atlanta were struggling to keep up with some of the gamers, you know?
Oh my god. Yeah, I hope you had a good one. I hope you had a good one, Chickenman. And what a great way to top the night off with some StarCraft with a TVP.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna sleep right through all of Europe, and hopefully wake up before NA starts.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you're not working tomorrow? You can cover NA.
I can cover NA. Yeah,
Well, that's
I'm
good.
excited.
You can't. Whether
I know
or
it's
not
been
you
so
do.
long since I haven't been working and also have been available to actually cast NA. It's crazy.
As we are settling into this, and as we do, we have some pretty interesting openers here. We do have a Hero opting to go for his tech. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of Hero, but before we can even talk about that, Adepts have arrived, and we are going to be forcing zero mining here at the Natural. Hero does take control of the base.
Yeah, Kira's waiting for that Cyclone to come out. Of course, Big Daddy Cyclone's going to push these Adepts away. But I think Hero wants to try to combine these Adepts with the Oracle if he can. Third Adept does come across as this one shades into the main base. Oh, the SCV's trying to get that surround. Not quite able to get it.
Yeah, we got a full scout as well. Big scout. This is going to be a 3 racks 1 factory setup here. A delayed starport from Cure, which means no Widowmine drop, no drops in general in the early game. We're building up quite early on here with a bio army.
Yeah, I like this for Cure. Being a bit aggressive, not just macro in the opening. He wants to put some pressure on his opponent, and Hero's got this harassment-based opener, which can be a little bit weak against this kind of aggression from Cure.
Definitely, just because we have so many Cyclones and Marines already, but we'll see if we can make some magic happen. We have 3 Adepts on the ground, we have 3 Oracles, or 2 Oracles out, a 3rd Oracle on the way. You don't see Protoss players commit this hard to Oracles too often in TVP.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I do feel like this is a response to what he saw in Cure's base, right? Feeling like the Oracles are going to be the way, they're going to be the answer. Maybe a cheeky stasis trap could be huge if Cure's trying to walk across the map and half of his army gets caught.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if Cure's opening up aggressively, if he does decide to push out with the stim timing, then we have so much to punish Cure if he does move out. So he's kind of stuck at home here, and Hero is taking a third behind this. Oh, he's going in!
Yeah, oh my god, he just goes right in for it. He's like, Cyclones, who cares about those guys? But the Marines are helping out quite a bit. 2 of the Oracles go down. The Adepts are going to fall here, and that turret's going to push away the other one. So it's kind of trading units for units, but I feel like in this situation, that's going to be better for Cure, who's making more units.
Yeah, that was 2 Oracles going down for 2 Cyclones. Not a worthwhile trade here for Hero whatsoever, because that means that, as you mentioned before, talking about the potential stasis traps, for example, they aren't available. They are not available here, and the opener from Hero hasn't really worked out for him.
Yeah, now he's just going to watch these Marines walk across the map. A few Stalkers will poke out and try to do some damage to them before any fighting happens. But they can't even one-shot. It's only 3 Stalkers. Oh, it's Stim. Gonna catch a Stalker. Good split off there. Hero trying to keep these 2 alive, at least for a little bit longer. The shield battery gets up, overcharged immediately, and Hero will defend.
That was so clutch with with that shield battery finishing up just in time.
Really was.
The Marines are being forced back. We have a couple of Marauders with the main army as well. Cure behind this, getting into a 3rd CC on location. So Cure is looking to recover economically after being stuck on 2 bases for so long. And just now getting into his first wave of Matavax. Now he can be a little bit more active on the map.
Yeah, I feel like Hero's game plan here in this series is defend with the absolute bare minimum and just have a better economy, and then just like keep doing that.
And I mean, he's
every time Kira's walked across the map, it's been like Hero just barely holds on.
He has, and so far, I mean, he has a better economy, right? He's got his 3rd base fully up and running. He can maybe even work towards a 4th once he gets eyes on the 3rd of his opponent. But can he actually make this work? He does have Blink. He's going into the main.
Oh, this is nice. He's going to try to keep Cure back. Cure just sent a lot of his army out. I think he's going to keep that medevac going out there, though. This is quite a bit of bio. It's going to force the Stalkers away for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Cure, he doesn't turn back with that medevac. At the same time, Hero is still sharking around, still looking for any kind of pickups. He does get a Marauder.
Yeah, every little thing he can get here is going to be good. He needs to keep eyes on that drop, though. I don't think Hero quite knows about it. And that's going to go right into the main base. Charge is not done yet. I don't know what the warp-in situation looks like.
Yeah, exactly. Do we have a warp-in? Do we have a recall? As the Marines, they do stim into the mineral line. There we go. The recall into the main base. 5 probes already go down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's a nice move there from Cure. He forces the recall. Probably caught a couple of Stalkers on that recall as well. And now, Hero's very far out of position to deal with this on his 4th base. That 4th base super exposed is going to be forced to be canceled. Cure finding some real damage here on Hero.
Exactly. Cure, now he's in his element. He's in his game. He may even come across these Zealots as well, as it looks like he barely does not catch wind of them. But Hero, he's stuck on those 3 bases, just now taking another 4th base on the right-hand side. Cure doesn't quite have enough to punish it yet, but I'm sure he's just going to be regrouping, remaxing, and getting out with some more drops.
Yeah, these Zealots are going to try to come in at the worst possible time, too, for Hero. So he's trying to find a way into Cure's base, but it feels like Cure has done a great job every time Hero goes in. He either loses too much or doesn't get enough damage done.
Exactly, and with that, Cure now is vying for map control. Behind this, Colossus production has begun. No Colossi yet, so the first one is about to pop out, and that's a lot of Marauders here for Cure. Remember, early on, he was building up his bio army, catches the final Oracle, does shut it down.
Oh. Yeah, finally finishes that Oracle off. 17 Marauders. That's a hefty, a lot of hefty boys there, and this fourth base I don't think is going to be able to stand up to this. Hero's forced to cancel it again, and now he's supply blocked as Cure picks up in those medevacs to go into the main base. Stalker's sleeping on the job. They had one job, and they're just sitting there in the corner.
Yeah, the Stalkers.
Oh, this is looking so good for Cure.
Yeah, they get shut down overcharge as well. We have Hero just rushing back into his main base. At the same time, there was his other counter-attack across the map, but it looks like it gets cleaned up. 3 SCVs go down. Would you force back the medevacs? Big pickups here.
Oh, man. Okay, 2 of those full medevacs go down. But Cure is also in the third base, killing a lot of probes. 14, 15 going down, and that +2 is going to get taken out at the Forge. These units are not getting out of here, so they're just going to try to trade as well as they can, killing a few more probes before going. Cure is taking a supply lead. He is up 27 workers, but Hero has the army. It's kind of a reverse situation from last game, where now Hero is down in economy and kind of has to walk across the map and try to get something done.
He's pretty committed. He's pretty all in with this. I mean, Hero, he's down 30 SCVs. He's down 30 probes compared to the worker count of Cure. We have to push in big EMP.
What are these medevacs doing, Cure? Oh, they're going to get in somehow, some way.
Does barely make it back home here again because of that EMP that does slow Hero down, but reinforcements have arrived. We're going to be pushing. We have 1 Immortal with this. We have a little bit of energy here for some force fields as the Wintermine Shoulder gets baited out. Yeah,
Hero makes his way up to the top of the ramp. Like you said, there's a few force fields. I don't know where the rest of that army is going. The Stalker's just trying to poke and prod for now. Zealot reinforcements show up. Hero, it's kind of now or never. He can't hold on for too long and wait and wait. He needs to find a good engagement, but those EMPs keep landing on the army. The base gets lifted. SCVs get pulled to try to buffer Cure. He knows if he can kill this, he'll be okay in this game. He's just got to push through. 26 SCVs go down, but Hero's losing his entire army.
Yeah, the Zealot reinforces too little too late. The Colossus goes down. The Stalkers as well. The entire army gets evaporated. GG gets called, and Cure will take game number 4. We have an ace match.
Hell yeah, we do. I didn't want to go to sleep anytime soon. Not when there was more StarCraft.
Exactly. Can we somehow extend this series and force Chickenman to stay up even longer? Can it happen?
Now we have a draw in game 5. And then we get a 30-minute game. It's a 30-minute game into a draw, into another 30-minute game.
Oh, yeah. That's what we want.
And then at that point, honestly, I might as well just cast EU. So.
At that point, you just have to stay up at that point. I mean, what else can you do?
We're just going. Going all the way.
All the way. But here we go. It all will end here. The map is going to be Solaris.
Yeah, ending on Solaris.
And yeah, that last game was more of what you were talking about when it came to a Cure versus a Nightmare, right? Where Cure, he with a more aggressive opener, he was so active on the map, just pulling Hero apart left and right, drops in the main, or pushes towards the fourth base as well, and Hero was having a really hard time keeping up with Cure.
Yeah, and I feel like that's Cure's strength, right? That's where he excels in this matchup, but just in general, keeping all that focus all over the map, making things kind of crazy, kind of difficult for the Protoss. And we'll see if he can do it again here. So we're getting into Solaris for game number 5. The rubber match, the ace match, the final match of this EPT Cup. It is Team Liquid's Cure.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. Going for a proxy in the natural.
Oh, beautiful. Maybe Hero's tired too. He's like, you know what? Let's close this out.
No fear whatsoever. You know, even if Hero wasn't tired, he would do this in the ace match as we have the gateways being proxied here in the natural of Cure.
I mean, it didn't really work in game 1 on Oceanborn, but he's like, it didn't work because my proxy wasn't close enough. Obviously. So let's remedy that by making my proxy close enough.
Exactly, and this can work, especially if Kuro does go for an economic opener, which it looks like he is. I love that we see the probe trying to force the SCV over towards the left-hand side instead. So far, Kuro does not have eyes on this, and the CC will soon be thrown down for Kuro.
Oh, man. How does Hero do this? How has he made it? That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's made it so that Cure does not scout that with that probe just running around in circles nonstop.
There we go. And with this, we have one Zealot here from across the map. We should be seeing a Zealot, Stalker here on the right-hand side. And we should be able to punish this. We should be able to force cancels. The Reaper does miss the proxy.
Yeah, he doesn't see it. Look, he cancels immediately. He's like, I don't know where it is. I don't know what you're doing. I don't like this.
Yeah. Does cancel. We have a bunker on the high ground factory as well. I mean, Kira, he did see the Zealots at least. He's aware that aggression is coming, and Hero pushes up the ramp.
Yeah, Kira's like, this aggression will not stand, man. And he's going to play defensively. The nice thing for Kira is canceling immediately is a really good play here. He doesn't want to have to cancel late. But Hero's already pushing up this ramp with the Stalker, with the Zealot, trying to break through, trying to get some kills, but the bunker will finish. A couple Marines and that Reaper in there.
Bunker does finish. We have Hero expanding back at home. Keurig throwing down his CC on the high ground, and from here, the game should have settled down. I love that we do gain high ground vision with those shades, so we're going to be able to get a bit of extra damage done here, but yeah, Hero is going to try and contain Keurig for as long as he can.
Yep, just trying to do some damage to him, see if he can't kill another SCV, or at least force this repair. Reaper on the other side of the map, going to go check out what's going on over there. He's going to see the Nexus, sees the Twilight Council. Kind of the expected things, though. I feel like Cure's not going to be too surprised. Maybe just happy that the all-in is not continuing.
Yeah, he does confirm the transition and also confirms that, unlike the previous game, it's not going to be a Stargate. So he's aware of the Blink Stalkers, and he is preparing back at home. And yeah, so far, Hero doing a great job of just testing the waters here. Reaper dips back in, and it's going to be on Cure to figure out whether it's going to be a committed Blink Stalker opener or something more economic.
Yeah, and he's really trying to keep an eye on Hero. Yeah, the Reaper getting a cheeky probe kill. Can he get a second one? Oh, yes, it can. Nice.
Yeah, pretty good damage here from Cure, getting 2 workers. Meanwhile, Hero, he does reinforce across the map. Warp Gate is finishing. Blink is on the way. And yeah, how hard do we want to commit here, as Cure still has that bunker up and running. Still, though, stuck on 1 base.
Yeah, I mean, he can't get down there right now. He's got the orbital building. The 1 Cyclone is out, but this is still a scary army out of Hero down here.
Yeah, it is quite imposing, and we do see Cure getting into his 3-1-1 setup. This time he did prioritize his starport, which, quickly checking, Hero did not see the starport, by the way, so he is unaware that we have a drop moving out across the map.
Yeah, this is working out great for Cure. Hero doesn't realize what is coming, and now a huge part of his army is on this side of the map. He doesn't really have much back at home to deal with this. He might be forced to recall.
Yeah, exactly. We do have a shield battery on the way, but it's halfway done. There are 2 Stalkers and 1 Adept. Cyclones, they can do quite well against this. We dive on top of that Stalker. We do borrow that mine.
Ooh, and he's going to target it on a clump of probes, getting 4 of them, picking up a couple of more. He's trying to leave with this in the medevac, but the target fire from the Stalkers, ooh, just gets out of there.
The army turns back around. We shut down the Cyclone. The drop doesn't really have much going on with it. There's 1 Widowmine and 1 Marine, and now Hero is going to be able to reinforce and push across the map as Cure tries to expand. Hero, he wants to try to punish this again.
Yeah, as soon as Cure's taking the low ground, Hero's going to try to go in on this. There is a tank, but the bunker is not done quite yet. Hero does have to be careful with that siege tank.
He really does.
Does he have Blink? Blink is done.
Blink is done.
Yep,
We dive on top of the tank.
It certainly is. And he's going to grab that tank. He's going to try to get on out of there. A lot of Stalkers going down, though.
Yeah, it was a costly trade, and now a second tank has arrived, and Cure, he should be able to hold on at this point. Big tank volley goes off as well, and Hero, he has to back off. Oh.
Yeah, he's going to try to maybe pick off some SCVs with this. A couple of Stalkers in the back lines, but I don't think he can break this anymore. Not with the new tank, with the bunker. His gateway is getting kind of low. So Hero just going to do some harassment. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him take a third soon, but he drops that Robo Bay first.
He does drop the Bay. At the same time, Hero, he dives into the main base. SCVs are going to be going down 7 workers already here. Hero just avoiding that initial tank, getting so much done.
11 SCVs going down, Cure down under 30 workers. That is extremely painful. He's going to try to get some comparable damage with the 1 Marine, 1 Widowmine drop. I love that he doesn't drop the Marine there in hopes that Hero wouldn't notice because there was going to be no alert.
Yeah. Did try to squeal, or try to sneak out there, but alas, it does get shut down. Only 1 probe does fall. Hero still being very active. The proxy is finally being shut down. We do have Marines in position. It looks like finally Cure should be able to deal with this. Oh my god, the juggling from Hero.
Oh my god, dude. Come on. Come on. What is that? Like blinking away, then picking up in the prism. He could have just picked everything up and left, but no. He was like, I got to pick off 1 or 2 more Marines. I'm going to do like 12 more damage to these guys before I leave.
There we go. Hero just trying to style a little bit here, flexing his micro, flexing his control behind this. By the way, we're still on 2 bases, which is interesting. Hero, after containing, after giving Cure a really hard time expanding, Hero delays his third. He delays his third. He's very much so tech heavy and building up that gateway count.
Yeah, I really expected that third to go down much earlier, but Hero, you know, he's not like other Protosses. He is built different, and other Protosses might just expand. And Hero's like, what about instead attack? So he's always thinking about how to best attack next. And you're right. Yeah, he got into the Colossi. He's got Thermal Lance on the way. Just getting that tech going before he takes that third. And yeah, it's a very late third.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the third base from Cure is technically ahead of that of Hero, which is kind of crazy. Like, that should not be happening in a TVP. So economically, Hero is not in a good position. He's got a large army, but it looks like maybe Hero was expecting maybe even a 2 base all in. But again, Cure, he was on 2 bases for a while, but now he's building up his third.
Yeah, I mean, Cure's third is it's going to finish when Heroes is halfway done. Obviously, Cure won't be able to take it immediately, I think. But I like this game for Cure now, and I feel like that's all on Hero. I think Hero had a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, Hero does have those Colossi. He can take a fight. I'm sure, like, whenever Cure does decide to take his third and establish it, that's when Hero can maybe push in. Hero pushing to the natural, though, I don't think that's the wisest of choices. We have tanks, we have Widowmines, we have good Sim City, a choke point. Like, this is going to be brutal.
Yeah, and again, I feel like Hero just doesn't necessarily need to do this.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't need to do this to himself.
He doesn't. Yeah.
And he can poke and prod a little bit here, but I feel like he's just going to take more damage than he can deal. I don't know. He's going to pop the Guardian Shield. He's going for it.
The Prism goes down immediately.
There's not even charge on the charge lots. The Prism's dead. What is happening, Hero?
Yeah. The Prism goes down, the regular Zealots as well. At the same time, we have Autotar Horacio at the third base, and Hero, this was not worthwhile. He does chip away at the army a little bit here, but not the best trade at all for Hero.
It was an awful trade. The army supply was so close before that fight. Now it's 25 in favor of Cure.
Yeah, we spoke about it before. You know, everything within Hero is just screaming at him to attack, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And yeah, Hero needs to calm things down, and now Cure's in a decent position here. He has a better economy.
Yeah, I mean, Cure's doing great. I don't think Cure realizes how good of a position he's in. I don't think he knows how late that third was for Hero. And I'm sure he knows how bad that trade was for Hero, but he's playing very passively, just doing a little harassment with that Raven. And Hero's just doing all the rest of it to himself.
And to be fair, we've kind of seen a scenario like this where Curie's in a good position, but if he stays back too long, then Hero can recover. It is possible, as a Mind Drop is going to be coming in good reaction out of Hero. He does minimize his losses.
Yeah, Hero once again not letting that Mind Drop do too much, but hold the phone. Gets the big boy shot, 7 kills on that one mine. And there's still another mine. He was trying to do another one.
Oh my god.
And Cure just furthering his lead, and this is kind of what he needs to do here, right? Just holding on to that lead that he has. In this case, he's doing the old Artosis went ahead, get more ahead by putting your opponent behind.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, here he's taking his fourth as quickly as possible, which is necessary. He's going to be going for a Disruptor drop. Bold move out of Hero, but there's potential. There's potential with this Disruptor drop. If we can get some juicy connections, then Hero can stabilize.
Yeah, I love to see this. Hero busting out some cheeky builds. There go the Novas. Woo-hoo-hoo. 11 kills. And that's the kind of thing Hero needs right now because he is down economically, but his fourth base is finished up. He's got more Disruptors on the way, a second Robo being built, but Cure's coming straight across the map.
Yeah, how good are the Nova's going to be, though, as we do have one to just zone back the army. We have two more Disruptors in the back line. They're just currently retreating, coming back home, and can Hero take a fight? I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to those Novas.
Yeah, he's got a shield battery, turns on the overcharge immediately. There's 3 Colossi here. And Cure is very clumped. Nova's from the backside getting some okay connections, and that is going to be enough to force Cure out of there. And once again, Hero does some economic damage to Cure and then just holds Cure when he moves across the map. It's like the 8th time in this series.
And suddenly, Hero, he's back in this. He was in a terrible position earlier, but suddenly, economically, he's ahead, and now he's going to be pushing up this ramp as well. Cure, he just took a really rough fight. He's still recovering.
Yeah, Cure is not fully ready for this back at home. He doesn't have those tanks anymore to help zone out. The Colossi are here. Nova's coming out, getting some big connections. And can Hero push through this? I don't know. The SCVs are coming off the line. A lot of workers going down. I think Cure might be able to hold here with his reinforcements.
Yeah, Cure.
And he's going to kill all of Hero's army. Disruptors trying to keep each other safe on the retreat right now.
Hero, he does pull back. He does save 3 Disruptors. Bearing in mind, he did kill 17 SCVs. Cure, his economy is struggling right now. Nova goes off. Does get a ghost.
Yeah, any little connection he can get. It's just trying to buy time and zone out so he can get more Warpins out. Maybe get some more of those Robo units. Hero's got the much better economy. If he can utilize it and get those units out, he'll be okay. But Cure, he's pushing on the 4th, and Hero is nowhere to be found. He was not ready for this rotation.
Yeah, big EMP here on the Nexus as well. The boys are being pulled, but 8 probes do go down. Hero out of position, as you mentioned, and this Nexus, it may fall. Oh.
Ooh, it's getting very low, but Hero is going to make him really pay for it by killing this whole army. The Vikings land. Oh, he lifts them up. He saved them. Oh, Cure.
Cure lifting, saving the Vikings in the end, but the Novas, they were good enough. They did take down all the ghosts earlier. Another Nova does go off, does connect with only a single Marine, and the base will
but
fall.
Some reinforcements are coming in for Cure. I think that's going to be enough. I think Cure is pushing through this. He's going to take down the Warp Prism.
Wow.
The slow Warp and Zealots are not going to be able to clear this. And Cure taking Hero to the 5th game and taking him down in the finals. GG.
GG, well played. Cure will fight back. It went the distance, went to the ace match, and Cure will be this week's ESL Open Cup 209 Asia champion.
A Terran winning a tournament in 2024. It's crazy.
Crazy.
You know, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, there you go. It's just like 2023.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much, same story, different year. Nothing's changed.
Oh my god, but GG, well played. That was a wild series. It went the distance. It was back and forth. There was some highs, there were also some lows. Hero looked amazing at times, and Hero had some questionable decisions at other times. It was beautiful. It was a very Hero series. It was great.
Yeah, and it wasn't a PvP. We finally got to cast not a PvP together. Isn't that wonderful?
We broke the curse. We broke it.
We did.
Protoss didn't even win.
We did. No. Actually, maybe that's our strength at getting PvP together wasn't enough to overcome Terran, is what happened here.
It's just, it's 2024. It's current year, and we have to get with the times, and there's only so much that our curse can really do, and it's just it's not enough to overcome that. Where's David Kim?
Somebody call him. Somebody get him on the phone.
Oh my god! But now that was a great finals. It was a great finals, and you know, he may not have won, but it was still just a beautiful performance nonetheless. And I'm sure he's not too upset about getting second place here.
You know who really won?
Who
in that finals? Cure.
Yeah.
Well, you thought I was gonna say the fans, huh? You thought I was gonna be like, we won because it was so good. No, Cure won. Cure just won like $200. What do we get?
Yeah, what do we get? Nothing. Well, we got Chickenman at 5 a.m. Telling us about how the pylons they fuel High Templar.
No, it's clearly the shield batteries that fuel High Templar.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
And the supply depots refuel Marines. Come on, you got to get with it.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. Now that it's 5:17 in the morning.
Is the sun rising? Do you see the rising sun?
It's the middle of winter. The sun won't be up until 8 o'clock.
Okay, fair enough. Right, you're on the other side of Texas.
Yeah, the other side of Texas. Yeah, it's real cold over here right now. We're gonna get a cold snap this weekend, and it's gonna snow and ice. It's gonna be real cool.
Here the sun rises at like 5:30 in the morning, and it's.
Yeah, you guys are in the middle of summer.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I kind of miss those days, but also, it's nice to have an excuse to just fall asleep really whenever I want.
Right. I was gonna say that like the cold is better because like you can be like comfy. You know, you can like wrap up in bed. And
I get home from work at like 5 sometimes, 5 p.m. and it's dark, and I'm like, I just want to take a nap. And I can just do that, and it feels okay. In the summer, you can't do that. I mean, it's like bright out there. You're like, oh, I should go to the beach or something.
do you go to the beach in summer?
No, but I feel like I should.
Okay.
I go for a walk in the park or something. The beaches here are not great.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, thank you so much, Chickenman, for having me on. It's been a long time since we've casted together. I feel like it's been years. It feels like a lot of. We didn't even get to talk about Christmas.
Year.
Yeah.
No, we didn't talk about Christmas at all.
Or New Year's.
That was a thing that happened in between.
Do you celebrate Christmas? Is that a thing?
I do. Yeah, okay. You know, at least to some degree. as much as any good red-blooded American Texan does.
Okay, fair enough.
I have Christmas lights up. I think that counts.
Oh, do you like put them outside the house? Do you like put them on the roof and stuff?
I live in an apartment, so they're on my bookshelf and the wall.
Oh, okay.
And I have a cat, so I didn't get a tree because he would just destroy it.
Okay. Well, the cat would have liked that, though.
He would have liked that.
Yeah.
I would not have liked having to pick the tree up 8 times.
Fair enough. Did you get like a little Santa hat for your cat? Do you dress it up?
I have not dressed him up yet.
Okay.
Yes. But I should do that. No, you're right. That's a good idea.
Okay.
I like this. I like the way you think.
Do you have a cat cam on stream? Is that a thing? Do you have a?
I do.
Yeah.
He's not currently there though.
Okay.
I don't actually know where he is right now.
See, this is where
he's hiding.
You need the streamer brain. If you got a cat cam, you got to dress up the cat for Christmas, right? Like
I mean, you're absolutely right. I really should have done that. He needs a hat. He needs multiple hats actually that I can trade out for the appropriate seasons.
Oh, I thought you were gonna like stack them.
Could do that too. So many options.
But yeah, it was it was fun catching up again, Chickenman. It was fun.
Yes. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for casting with me, even in my 5 a.m. state. I appreciate it.
Nah, it's good. It's the best Chickenman. The best Chickenman. 5 a.m.
It is highest quality.
And we may come together later on for ESL Americas. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down. I should be there. Oh, that's plenty of time. It doesn't start for 11 hours. I have plenty of time to sleep.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, with that, thanks so much for joining me, and I guess I'll head off. If people that are listening to my stream, if they want to find you, Chickenman, don't plug yourself. Where can they find you? Who are you? Who are you? I didn't even introduce you.
Twitch.tv/Chickenman.sc.
Oh.
And if people from my channel wanted to find you, where would they go?
I'm Lights, Light VIP, but you can find me at Light_VIP on Twitch. But I'm also a Duckling. Follow us on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast a lot, and I mean we're both going to be live in a couple of hours with ESL Americas. Yeah.
True. After we get some sleep.
There you go.
Very much looking forward to that. All right.
Okay. Go on.
I will catch you later for some North American action.
All right. I'll see you later. Good cast. Good cast.
Be good.
Take care. With that, we're done. We are done for today. Again, I cast with Chickenman every now and then, like once every couple of weeks, whenever our schedules line up for ESL. Oh, hold on. Where did I go? Where did I go? Hold on. I need to bring us back. Bam! There we go. We're back. But yeah, we cast, whenever we can, every now and then for ESL Asia or ESL Americas. So yeah, great guy. He casts over on his own channel. Also a fellow fowl, a fellow creature of the skies and the water. And yeah, great guy. Great guy. Shout out to Chickenman. Big shout out to Chickenman. Oh. But with that, we are done. We are done here for the night. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support. We are going to be heading off. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid, so give them some love. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with ESL Open Cup Americas. So be sure to tune into that for some more Korean and NA and European action. All three regions, they all collide typically in ESL Open Cup Americas. We got you covered there. We won't be covering ESL Europe. I would also like to sleep. It is what is it? It's midnight. It's almost 1 a.m. here in Australia, so I would love to get some sleep and get some rest. So I'm gonna be doing that before the cast, just like Chickenman. Oh, we'll be sleeping together, Papi. Oh, beautiful. So yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. ! Socials in the chat, and you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We are live both on both on Twitch and on YouTube, so you can follow us there. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time for some NA action. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego.